there, welcome to Simplilearn's ChatGPT Full Course. Have you been hearing all the hype about how AI is transforming industries in 2025? Well, you are in the right spot. ChatGPT isn't just your average chatbot, it's a game-changing tool that's revolutionizing everything, from productivity to career opportunities. In this course, we are keeping things straightforward and hands-on. First, we'll kick things off with the basics, what ChatGPT really is and how it works. Then we'll move on to exciting stuff. You'll explore the latest features and learn how professionals across the tech, marketing, education, and business are using it to create content, streamline workflow, brainstorm ideas, and analyze data, and also deliver smarter customer experiences. And the best part is, ChatGPT is quickly becoming one of the hottest skills to have on your resume. So, not only it will teach you how to use it, but also show you how to leverage it in interviews and supercharge your career in AI, automation, and beyond. And by the end of this course, you will use ChatGPT like a pro, confident, skilled, and ready to take on the future. So let's get started. Now, before we move on, here's a quick information. If you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. This is offered in collaboration with the eNICET Academy, IT Kanpur, an 11-month live and interactive program which will provide you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Gen AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT. You'll also be gaining practical experience through 15+ projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IT Kanpur faculty. And alongside, we also earn a prestigious certificate from IT Kanpur. You also receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the course link below.
OpenAI is one of the main leaders in the field of generative AI, with its ChatGPT being one of the most popular and widely used examples. ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI's GPT family of large language models, LLMs. In August and September 2024, there were rumors about a new model from OpenAI, codenamed Strawberry. At first, it was unclear if it was the next version of GPT-4o or something different. On September 12, OpenAI officially introduced the O1 model. Hi, I am Mayank. In this video, we will discuss about OpenAI model O1 and its types. After this, we will perform some basic prompts using OpenAI Preview and OpenAI Mini. And at the end, we will see comparison between the OpenAI O1 models and GPT-4o. So without any further ado, let's get started. What is OpenAI O1? The OpenAI O1 family is a group of LLMs that have been improved to handle more complex reasoning. These models are designed to offer a different experience from GPT-4o, focusing on thinking through problems more thoroughly before responding. Unlike older models, O1 is built to solve challenging problems that require multiple steps and deep reasoning. OpenAI O1 models also use a technique called chain of thought prompting, which allows the model to think through problem step by step. OpenAI O1 consists of two models, O1 Preview and O1 Mini. The O1 Preview model is meant for more complex tasks, while the O1 Mini is a smaller, more affordable version. So what can OpenAI O1 do? OpenAI O1 can handle many tasks, just like other GPT models from OpenAI, such as answering questions, summarizing content, and creating new material. However, O1 is especially good at more complex tasks, including the first one is enhanced reasoning. The O1 models are designed for advanced problem solving, particularly in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. The second one is brainstorming and ideation. With its improved reasoning, O1 is great at coming up with creative ideas and solutions in various fields. The number third is scientific research. O1 is perfect for tasks like annotating cell sequencing data or solving complex math needed in areas like quantum optics. The number fourth is coding. The O1 models can write and fix code, performing well on coding tests like Human Eval and Code Forces, and helping developers build multi-step workflows. The fifth one, mathematics. O1 is much better at math than previous model, scoring 83% in the International Mathematics Olympiad test, compared to GPT-4o's 13%. It also did well in other math competitions like AIME, making it useful for generating complex formulas for physics. And the last one is self-fact checking. O1 can check the accuracy of its own responses, helping to improve the reliability of its answer. You can use OpenAI O1 models in several ways. ChatGPT Plus and team users have access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini models and can manually choose them in the model picker. Although free users don't have access to the O1 models yet, OpenAI planning to offer Owen Mini to them in the future. Developers can also use these models, OpenAI's API, and they are available on third-party platforms like Microsoft Azure AI Studio and GitHub models. So yes guys, I have opened this ChatGPT 4.0 model here and ChatGPT O1 preview, as you can see. So I have this plus model, okay, the paid version of ChatGPT. So I can access this O1 preview and O1 mini model. Okay, we will go with O1 preview model and we will put same prompts in both the model of the ChatGPT 4.0 and the O1 preview and see what are the differences are coming. Okay, so we will do some math questions and we will do some coding, we will do some advanced reasoning and quantum physics as well. Okay, so let's start with, so I have some prompt already written with me. So first one is number theory. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it from here and paste it in this and both. Okay, so let me run in 4.0 and O1 preview. So here you can see it's thinking. Okay, so this is what I was saying, chain of thoughts. Okay, so these are the chain of thoughts. First is breaking down the primes, this is, and then is identifying the GCD. And now see the difference between the output. See, output is 561 is not a prime number and the GCD, greatest common TCO of 48 and 180 is 12. Okay, here see ChatGPT O1 preview is giving the output in step by step. First see, determine if 561 is a prime number or not. The number 561 is not a prime number. It's a composite number because it has this. Okay, then second step, then the greatest common divisor. Then they found 12 and answer is no, 561 is not composite number because of this, and the greatest common divisor of 48 and 180 is 12. See, just see the difference between the two models. This is why ChatGPT O1 models are crazy for math, coding and advanced reasoning, quantum physics, for these things. Okay, so let's go with our second step. So here, if you will see, you can see the attach file option in ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, you can come upload from your computer, but here you will see in O1 there is no attach file option. This is one drawback. Okay, so here upload from computer. So this is one small. Okay, and let me open this, and this is the question I have. Okay, yeah, so I will copy this, I will run this and this. Okay, see, it's start giving the answer and O1 is still thinking, solving the equation, then analyzing the relationship. Okay, so ChatGPT O1 will take time, but it will give you more accurate, more step by step as you want. Okay, so here you can see solve for actions question, this, and here the steps you can see. Okay, this is more structured way, you can say, in a good structured way. Okay, ChatGPT O1 preview gave you in good structured way as O1 mini as well. Okay, so yeah, so here they wrote just 1 and 2, this, and here if you'll see question 1, solve for x in this, and step 1 is this, step 2 is this, and step 3 is this, then the answer of x is equal to 3. But here simply they wrote we know this, and x equals to 3. For the second question, see, expanding the left hand side, this, but here step 1, square both sides of the given equation. Start by squaring both sides. Okay, it's written but not in good way. Okay, so this is why O1 is better for math. Okay, so now let's check it for the coding part. Okay, so I have one question. Okay, let me see what output it will give to. First I will write I need. Okay, leave it. I will copy it and I will copy it as well here, run it, and run it. See, it start giving answer. Okay, and still this will adjust the parameters, ensuring the code generation, because ChatGPT O1 will think first, then it will analyze, then after that it will give you answers. Okay, here the code is done. See, here the code is done and it's still thinking. Step 1, and first here you can't see anything. See, step setup development environment, pip install numpy matplotlib, then this, and here nothing. And but I will ask it, okay, give me code in one tab. Okay, here also I will write give me code in single tab. Okay, so I can just copy and paste. So what I will do, I will open one online compiler and I will directly copy it and paste. Okay, so let's finish this. I hope it will work. So let me open W3 Schools compiler. Okay, yeah, same I will open for this W3 School. Okay, so let me copy the code and my bad, and paste it here. Same works for this. Okay, okay, I will copy the code and I will paste it here. Okay, I hope it gives something. Yeah, cool. So yes, now you can see the difference between the output. So this is the output of 4.0 and this is the output of O1 preview. See, O1 preview output is this, and this is the output of 4.0. So this is the difference. This is why O1 takes time, but it will give you more accurate result in a good way. Okay, so now let's check something else. So moving on, let's see some advanced reasoning question. Okay, so this is the logical puzzle one, the first one. Okay, so I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, this is for O1, this is for preview. Because why I'm not comparing O1 with mini, because they both are same but slightly differences there. Okay, so here we can see more difference between 4.0 old model versus new model, you can say. Okay, so now see, the answer is end in this much only, but it will explain you in a better way. See, thoughts for 7 seconds, explanation, that case 1, then case 2. Okay, with conclusion in both scenarios, summary, and this here, this one, small explanation, and that's it, right? So they created O1 preview for more, it will describe you more in a better way, right? Now let's see some scientific reasoning as well. Okay, so let me copy it here. So still thinking, but start giving answer. Says thought for 16 seconds. So again, I will say that ChatGPT O1 is much better than ChatGPT 4.0. ChatGPT 4.0 is great for content writing and all, but ChatGPT O1 preview and mini are very good for reasoning, math, coding, or quantum physics, these type of things. Okay, advanced reasoning. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 is great for generative text. Okay, like for marketing, writing copies, emails, and all of those. So now let's see some comparison between O1 models and GPT-4o model. When new models are released, their capabilities are revealed through benchmark data in the technical reports. The new OpenAI model excels in complex reasoning tasks. It surpasses human PhD level accuracy in physics, chemistry, biology on the GPQA benchmark. Coding becomes easier with O1 as it ranks in the 89th percentile of the competitive programming questions Codeforce. The model is also outstanding in math. On a qualifying exam for International Mathematics Olympiad IMO, GPT-4o solved only 13% of problems, while O1 achieved 83%. This is truly next level. On the standard ML benchmarks, it has huge improvement across the board. MMLU means multitask accuracy and GPQA is reasoning capabilities. Human evaluation. OpenAI asked people to compare O1 Mini with GPT-4o on difficult open-ended tasks across different topics. Using the same method as the O1 preview versus GPT-4o comparison, like O1 preview, O1 Mini was preferred over GPT-4o for tasks that require strong reasoning skills, but GPT-4o was still favored for language-based tasks. Model speed. As a concrete example, we compared responses from GPT-4o, O1 Mini, and O1 preview on the word reasoning question, while GPT-4o did not answer correctly. Both O1 Mini and O1 Preview did, and O1 Mini reached the answer around 3 to 5x faster. Limitation and what's next. Due to its specialization on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, reasoning capabilities, O1 Mini is factual knowledge on non-STEM topics such as dates, biographics, and trivia is comparable to small LLMs such as GPT-4o Mini. OpenAI will improve these limitations in future versions, as well as experiment extending the model to other modalities and specialties outside of STEM. With this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below, and our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Hello guys, welcome to this Reasoning with O1 course. What if we told you that there's an AI that does not just give answers but actually thinks? So introducing O1, the latest and the most advanced reasoning model from OpenAI. So unlike other models that rely on patterns, O1 is designed to reason through problems, self-correct and explain its thinking step by step, just like a human would. So today we will explore what makes O1 so special. Then we will come across how it reasons. Then we will see where it's useful, and finally we will see why learning about this model is essential in the age of intelligent machines. So let's just dive in. So what is O1? So O1 is OpenAI's new AI model, but it's not just a smarter chatbot, it's a reasoning engine. While models like GPT-4 are brilliant at language and creativity, O1 gives a step further. It can think logically, it can solve problems with multi-step reasoning and analyze the complex data. In short, O1 is the closest we have come to building an AI that can think through a task, not just respond. So why does this matter? Because the real world problems in maths, science, code and life require structured thinking, not just quick answers. So let's now move on to what is reasoning and why O1 needs it. So before we understand how O1 works, let's ask what is reasoning. So reasoning is a process of analyzing information, finding connections, and drawing conclusions, like solving a puzzle. For example, you see dark clouds. People are carrying umbrellas, so even if it's not raining, you reason it as it's about to rain. So AI needs this same skill. So without reasoning, an AI is like a parrot. It repeats. With reasoning, it becomes a problem solver. And that's exactly what O1 brings to the table. So let's now understand how O1 reasons. So let's break down how O1 actually reasons step by step. The first one is chain of thought reasoning. So O1 solves problems step by step, just like we do on a paper. For example, the question is, what is 12 into 15? O1 does not just say 180. It thinks it as 10 into 15 is equal to 150. Then it calculates 2 into 15 is equal to 30. Then it adds final two results, that is 150 plus 30 is equal to 180. So these chain of thought method reduces errors, and shows the logic behind every answer. So let's now move on to the next, that is reinforcement learning. So O1 gets better over time by learning from success and failure, just like a person. If one method doesn't work, it tries another, sees the result, and improves next time. It's like a chess player who gets sharper with every game. Then we'll come to reasoning tokens. So when O1 solves a complex task, it uses invisible tokens to keep track of its thoughts, like a mental sticky notes. So imagine solving a math problem. You scribble your steps on a paper. O1 does the same internally, helping it to stay organized and accurate. So let's now dive into the real life examples. So let's see O1 in action. The first one is solving a math problem. So the question is, what is 25 plus 37? So O1 thinks like 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. And 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. 50 plus 12 is equal to 62. And the final answer it gives is 62. So it's not magic, it's methodical reasoning. That's what makes O1 more trustworthy and transparent. Then we are going to the next example, that is debugging a code. So now let's shift to a coding scenario. If you ask, why is my Python code giving me an error? So here's what O1 does. It reads the code line by line, spots where the error happens, then explains why it occurred, and then it suggests a fix step by step. It's like having a calm, logical coding partner who always explains their thinking. So let's now move on to the next one. We have what makes O1 different. So here is a quick comparison. Say we have the capability. So GPT-4 predicts the next word, and same O1 also does. So GPT-4 thinks through steps. It doesn't think through steps, but O1 does. So GPT-4 self-correction is a basic thing, but the self-correction in O1 is a very advanced thing. Then it solves the complex problems. GPT-4 sometimes does it, but O1 is consistently doing it. Then transparent reasoning. GPT-4 has no transparent reasoning, but O1 has a transparent reasoning. So let's move on to where can O1 be used. So because of its structured reasoning, O1 is useful in multiple domains. The first one is maths and science, solving equations, explaining experiments, and so on. And then we have coding, so writing, debugging, and understanding programs. Then we have research, that is analyzing data, summarizing papers, and verifying facts. And then we have creative work, so planning content, brainstorming logically, are all falling under creative work. Then we have image analysis, this interpreting visuals step by step. So wherever thinking is needed, O1 delivers clarity. So let's now come to the common mistakes avoided by O1. So previously, older models had a few common issues, such as the jumping to conclusions directly, then ignoring small details, and then we have repeating errors in the new context. But O1 avoids all this by reasoning in steps, checking its own logic, and learning from feedback. And that's why it's more dependable, especially when stakes are high. Let's now move to why O1 is so important. What is the future of work and thinking? So because reasoning AI is the future and it's already here, learning OI works helps you use AI more effectively. Ask better questions, obviously, then understand how machines think, and then stay ahead in the technical, research, and educational field, and become a critical thinker yourself. So this is not just about AI. It's about preparing for a world where thinking with AI is a part of how we work, learn, and create. So let's now move on with the key takeaways. So let's recap what we have learned. O1 doesn't just answer, it reasons. Then it learns from mistakes and improves. It explains its logic step by step. Then it's accurate, explainable, and helpful across industries. Then it's future of intelligent systems, and you can be a part of it. So whether you are a student, developer, analyst, or just curious, O1 is just a tool that helps you think better. So let's dive into deeper in the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to the second module. So in this module, we will learn about promptings in O1 models. So prompting is a way we interact with the AI by giving instructions and receiving responses. So with O1 models like GPT-4o, things have gotten simpler. So these models understand prompts with more accuracy, which means you can be clear, concise, and direct without over-explaining. So there are certain principles of prompting in O1 models. The first one is it is simple and direct. Then number 2 is no explicit chain of thought needed. Then the third one is structure over description. And the fourth one is show, don't tell. So there is a summary for this. Like to get the best out of the O1 models, remember these 4 principles. You have to be simple and direct. No need for explicit reasoning. It's already built in. So give structure, not long descriptions, and show tone with examples. Don't just tell. So these principles will help you get better, faster results from O1 models while keeping things smooth and efficient. So let's then get into the demo part. So here we'll write our first code as. So the first thing, import warnings.filter warning ignore. So this is basically a warning control. So this is a Python code snippet does 2 main things. It suppresses warnings and retrieves the OpenAI API key for use in the later interactions. So I will just break it down step by step. So the first line, import warnings, imports Python's built-in warning module. So this module is used to manage the warning messages in the program, which are typically notifications for the potential problematic or unexpected events in your code. It helps developers keep track of the minor issues without even interrupting the program's execution. So next, warnings.filter ignore is used to tell Python to ignore any warning messages that might appear. So normally warnings are shown to alert the developer about something. So that may be critical issue but could be important. So then the third line, from helper import get OpenAI API key, imports a function called get OpenAI API key from a module named helper. So this function is responsible for retrieving the OpenAI API key, which is necessary for interacting with the OpenAI services, such as generating text or using other machine learning models. So finally, the OpenAI API key is equal to get OpenAI API key calls the imported function to get the API key and stores it in the variable OpenAI API key. So these variables know how the key needed to access the OpenAI's features, and it can be used for even making the authenticated API request. So this code is designed basically to suppress any unnecessary warnings while ensuring that the program has the power of the API key. So let's just run this. So then basically we have imported JSON. So the firstly, import JSON allows working with the JSON data, obviously, commonly used in the API interactions from ipython.display, import display, then markdown HTML, imports functions to display, etc. So then from OpenAI, import OpenAI imports the OpenAI class, so which is used to interact with the OpenAI services. Then client equal to OpenAI API key equal to OpenAI API key creates an OpenAI client using the API key, enabling communication with the OpenAI's models. Then finally we have GPT model equal to GPT-4o mini and O1 model is equal to O1 mini. Defines the name of the 2 different models that can be used in the API requests. So in short, this code sets up the OpenAI client and defines the 2 models for use in natural language processing tasks. So we'll run this. So here basically the code snippet defines a prompt for generating a function using the OpenAI's model. Then sends the prompt to the OpenAI API to get a response. So let's now break it down step by step. So bad prompt equal to generate a function till insulin creates a string variable called the bad prompt because it is a statement basically. So this prompt is a request for the model to generate a function that outputs the smiles IDs. a way to represent the molecular structure basically for all molecules involved in the insulin. It also guides the model to think step by step, outlining tasks like identifying the models, creating the function, and looping through each molecule to return the smile IDs. So then we have response equal to client.chat.completions.create model. So this basically sends the prompt to the OpenAI API for processing. It uses the client.chat.completions method to interact with the OpenAI's API, specifying the model, that is O1 model, which was defined earlier. The messages parameter sends the bad prompt to the model as input under the user role. So in short, this code defines a prompt using the OpenAI's model to create a function for returning the smiles IDs for insulin molecules and sends that prompt to the OpenAI API to generate a response. So let's now move on, run this and move on. So then basically we have display HTML division style equal to background color. So basically displays the formatted HTML and markdown content in a Jupyter notebook. So then we have the first version, the first line, displays an HTML division with a light background color and a border also. So it also includes a heading that says markdown output, beginning with a downward arrow emoji. Basically, the HR tags are used to insert the horizontal lines before and after the heading. Then we have display HTML function is used to render this HTML in the notebook. Then we have display markdown. This line takes the content of the response from OpenAI's model stored in this and it displays it as markdown. The markdown function is used to render the content in a more readable formatted way. So this content could include text, headers, list, or any markdown elements generated by the model. So then we can run this and you can basically see the heading. Then the step 1 is identify all the molecules involved in insulin, chain A, chain B. Then step 2, prepare the smiles and strings for each amino acid. Then we have create the function. This is basically the output. So then we have this good prompt generative function that outputs a smile IDs. As we have given a bad prompt, it is necessary to give a good prompt as well. So yeah, we have given a good prompt. So let's now display that good prompt. Mark out beginning, understand insulin, step by step, and you can see the difference clearly. So this is basically a great code, but don't get overwhelmed. I'll break it down step by step. So this example is a structured prompt basically and used to guide an AI assistant to behave like a customer service representative for a company named AnyCorp. So which sells storage solutions such as beans. The purpose of this prompt is to make sure that the AI behaves professionally, respectfully, and in line with the company policies while responding to the customer queries. The first part of the prompt, labeled as instructions, clearly tells the assistant what role it is playing, a customer service assistant, and emphasizes the tone it should maintain kind and respectful at all times. So this ensures the assistant responds in a friendly and helpful manner, just like a real support agent would. So next comes the policy section, which outlines the 6 specific areas that the assistant must follow. So these include handling refunds, recording complaints, providing accurate product information, maintaining the professional conduct, complying with the policies and data privacy rules, and refusing to answer questions outside these topics. For example, under refunds, the assistant is allowed to process them as long as it follows AnyCorp's rules and documents everything properly. If a customer complains, the assistant should listen carefully, reassure them, and escalate the issue if necessary. So if asked about topics unrelated to these areas, the assistant must politely refuse to answer and guide the user back to the allowed topics. The final part is a user query which shows the customer's actual message like, hey, I would like to return the bin I bought from you as it was not found as prescribed. So these falls under the refunds category in the policy. Since the assistant is allowed to handle the refund request, it will process this message accordingly, possibly by confirming the issue, starting the return process, and recording the complaint. So in short, this structured prompt creates a safe and clear framework for the assistant to operate. It tells the AI what kind of support it can offer, how to behave, what topics are allowed, and how to respond when faced with customer issues, all while making sure the customer feels heard, respected, and healed. So let's now print the statement, the structured prompt. Now you can see that it is printed. So now this code is from the Python program using the OpenAI API, which allows developers to interact with the AI models like ChatGPT. So especially this line is used to send a prompt to the AI and get a response back. The function call is then client.chat.completion.create. So client is the OpenAI API client that was likely used up earlier in the code. It connects your code to the OpenAI server. So the .chat.completions.create part is how you send a chat message to the AI and ask it to complete the conversation. So in other words, generating a reply. So inside the parenthesis, the first argument is model is equal to O1 model. So this tells the API which version of the AI model to use, for example, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo, or some other customer or fine-tuned model stored in the variable. So this ensures that you are using the right AI brain for your task. So the second argument is messages again. So this is where you pass the actual conversation history or input formatted as a list of message objects. So in this case, there's only one message in the list and it has two key parts. The role, that is the user, then the content is a structured prompt. The role, the user, so this tells the AI that the following content is coming from the user, so not from the system or assistant. And the content is the combines the earlier structured prompt, so which include instructions and policy rules for the assistant with the user's questions like wanting to return a bean, etc. This combined content acts as the full message the AI will read before replying. So in more simpler terms, this line is telling the AI, hey, you're a customer service agent for any crop. Here's your policy. Now here's a customer question. What will be your reply? The AI will read the whole input, follow the instructions and policies, and then return a customer-friendly response. So the response itself will be saved in the variable called response, which you can later print or process in your code. So let's run this. So I have this printed response. So I will just run this. You can see the response basically. Then we have this refusal input. The variable refusal input contains a user query that asks the AI, write me a haiku about how reasoning modules are great. So this is wrapped in XML-like tags. This purpose of this input is to test the AI's ability to say no. According to the structured prompt and policy you provided earlier, the assistant is only allowed to talk about refunds, complaints, and product information about the storage solutions. A haiku about reasoning models doesn't fall into any of these topics. So when this refusal input is combined with the structured prompt and sent to the AI, it should politely refuse to answer and explain it so it can only help with the allowed topics. We will run this. So again, this line is sending a new message to the AI model, but this time using refusal input instead of user input. The client.chat.completions.create calls the OpenAI API key to get a reply from the AI. Then model is O1. Model tells which AI model to use. Then messages we have is sends a message to the AI with. Then here the role is a user and the content is structured prompt plus refusal. It basically combines the rules of the structured prompt with a new question that may be outside the allowed topics. Since the structured program says that the assistant must refuse questions outside refunds, complaints, product information, these test checks if the AI correctly refuses to answer. So in short, this line tests if the AI follows the policy and politely refuses to answer the question it's not allowed to handle. So let's run this. So this line basically displays the AI's reply to the refusal input. You can see that this is the output. So now we are ready for giving up for a base prompt and a legal query. So let me explain. The variable base prompt is used to define the role and the behavior of the AI assistant. So in this case, the AI is told to act as a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, specially helping the business owners understand the legal issues. So this prompt is wrapped in tags like prompt and policy to make it structured and easy for the AI to interpret. So the policy section outlines the important rules the AI must follow. It says that the assistant should give clear and accurate information about the competition law, maintain confidentiality and professionalism, and avoid the offering specific legal advice unless there's enough context. The legal query variable contains the actual question from the user. The query is, a larger company is offering suppliers incentives not to do business with me. So is this legal? So this is wrapped inside a query tag which keeps the input structured and consistent with the rest of the prompt format. So in summary, this setup gives the AI a clearly defined role as a legal expert and a policy to follow. For example, we will now run this. So this line then sends the structured legal question to the AI using the OpenAI API. The goal is to get a helpful and professional response from an AI that's acting as a competitive law expert. So the method client.chat.completionScreate is used to generate a chat response as we have discussed earlier. Here the role is a user and the content is base prompt plus legal query. So we'll now run this. So now we are going to visually display the AI's response with styling and format, and it helps the output look clean and organized for the user. So we'll do this, and you can see it is a step-by-step guide for the. So this is also again a like big query. So here the variable example prompt is a structured example prompt that shows how an AI assistant acting as a competition law expert should respond to a user's legal interest. So it's formatted using special tags like prompt, policy, example, question, and response to keep everything organized and machine readable. So inside the prompt section, the AI is structured to behave like a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, helping business owners with their legal questions. So this gives the AI its role and sets the stage for how it should respond. The policy section defines the boundaries the AI must follow. Then we have the example section provides a sample legal scenario and how the AI should answer. So then we have the response that follows is a well-structured professional reply. It begins by referencing the US antitrust laws, especially the Sherman Antitrust Act, and explains how some types of collaboration like price fixing or market division are automatically illegal. So then we have it also warns the information sharing, which can be risky and potentially lead to antitrust violations. In summary, this example prompt acts as a guide or training example to show how the AI should behave in legal conversations. So then I'll run this. So here then we are going to again display the output in a formatted style, and you can see this displayed. So let's now move on to the next module and learn about planning with O1. So in the earlier lessons, we explored how to structure prompts and guide the AI models like O1 and O1 Mini to behave in specific roles. So whether a customer service agent or a legal advisor. So here in this lesson, we will learn how to plan with O1. It will introduce a powerful use case where the AI is not just answering a single question, but actually creating a full plan to solve a task. So this kind of problem solving is perfect for O1 models, especially when you are working with a fixed set of tools and some constraints. So instead of asking the model to do every step directly, which could be slow and expensive, we let O1 Mini generate the plan and then use a smaller, faster model like GPT-4o Mini to execute its step. So this two approach, planning with O1 Mini and executing with GPT-4 Mini, helps us work efficiently. So please don't worry if your results don't exactly match the ones in the video tutorial now. That's totally normal since AI responses can vary slightly every time you run them. So in short, this lesson builds on what you have already learned and now takes it a step further, like teaching the AI how to think ahead and plan, not just react. So let's dive in. So we will start with the first part of the code. This is about suppressing the warning messages as we have discussed earlier in Python. So Python sometimes shows warnings when it deflects something that might not cause an error right away but could lead to issues in the future. So this is for this. And the second part is focused on importing your OpenAI API key securely. So instead of hard coding the key directly into the notebook, which is not safe, the code calls a helper function. From the helper import getOpenAI API key, brings in a function named as getOpenAPI key. So we will run this. First two lines import the two standard Python modules, copy and JSON. The copy module is used when you want to duplicate the Python objects, especially when you need to make changes without affecting the original. The JSON module is used for working with the JSON data, which is common format for sending the receiving structured information, especially when dealing with the APIs. The next line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This is what allows your code to communicate with the OpenAI's language models like GPT-4 or O1 Mini. Then we import the O1 tools from a separate live named utils.py. So this likely contains some common utility functions or tools. So then next we set up the connection to the OpenAI's API by creating a client instance. So client equal to OpenAI API. Here the OpenAI API key variable, which was retrieved earlier using the getOpenAI API key, is passed to authenticate your session with the OpenAI. So this line sets up the client object which you will use to send prompts and receive responses from the models. So finally, two variables are defined to specify which models to use. So these are simply model name shortcuts. So instead of writing the full model name each time, you can just refer to O1 model and GPT model. So O1 mini is used for planning the task, while GPT-4 mini is likely used for executing the individual steps in the plan. So we will run this. So here the code first line initializes an empty list called message list. So this list will likely be used to store the sequence of messages exchanged with the AI model. Next we define a dictionary name known as the context, which sets up the initial state of a business environment for a planning task. Under the inventory section, we are told that 50 units of the Smart Home Hub X200 are currently in stock. Then under the orders, we see a single order that is 0RD3001 requesting 200 units of this product for a customer that is having the ID CUST9001 located in the LOS Angeles. The available suppliers and the supplier section list two suppliers and the components they can provide. Notably, only SUTT1001 has a component of COM X200 required to make the X200 product, and they have 500 units available. The product capacity then section defines how many units can be produced. 100 right away and another 150 next week. This helps the model decide how to meet the demand of 200 units. The shipping options provide two choices for delivering to Los Angeles, a standard service that costs $1,000 and takes 5 days, an express service that costs $1,500 and takes only 2 days. The model can consider this based on the urgency or budget. The customer's dictionary holds customer details like the name and the address of the client placing the order. The product section defines what components are needed to manufacture each product. So in this case, the X200 device requires 1 unit of COM X200 to build each finished product. The code sets up a realistic business scenario basically involving the product inventory, orders, manufacturing, suppliers, and shipping, all the key elements the AI needs to plan how to fulfill the order effectively. So we'll run this. So this is basically a prompt for planning the task. So this block defines a large string called the O1 prompt, which acts as an instructional prompt for an advanced language model like O1 Mini. The goal of this prompt is to guide the model to act as a supply chain management assistant and generate a detailed logical plan for handling a complex order fulfillment task. It's essentially the brain that will break down a business challenge and outline the best steps to solve it. The first paragraph in the prompt sets the context. It tells the AI that it will be given a complex task that involves managing customers' inventory, production, supplies, and shipping. The next section lists all the functions available to the executor AI. The functions allow the executor to do things like check inventory levels, allocate stocks to the orders, place purchase orders with suppliers, schedule production runs, and so on. Each function is briefly described along with its required inputs and expected outcomes. So this ensures the planning AI knows what tools are available, how they work, and what each one is for. It helps the model build a plan that is realistic and executable by the downstream agent. So in summary, this O1 prompt sets up a rich and highly structured instruction environment for the planning model. It tells the AI to think carefully, reason step by step, and create a clear, detailed, and logical order plan, one that another AI can confidently execute using the provided tools. It ensures consistency, safety, and clarity across every step of the supply chain process. So let's run this. So this is basically the prompt for the execution process by the system. So this block defines a variable called GPT-4o system prompt, which is a string used to guide the behavior of the execution model, especially the GPT-4o Mini. In this case, while the O1 Mini model is responsible for planning, the prompt is for the model that carries out each step of the plan. The assistant is told as to act as a helpful executor whose job is to strictly follow a given policy related to handling incoming orders. The prompt defines a step-by-step workflow for the model to follow. First, the model should read and understand the full policy. Then it needs to identify which step in the policy is currently working on. So before acting, it should give a brief explanation of the decision. So finally, it should perform the action, which typically involves calling one of the available functions with the correct inputs. So in summary, the GPT-4o system prompt sets up the mindset and the behavior of the GPT-4o Mini executor. It ensures the model works step by step, explains its reasoning, and only takes action that match the policy, creating a controlled and a transparent execution flow for order handling in a supply chain scenario. So let's now do this. This code block defines a list named tools, which contains a collection of the functions that AI can use to interact with the supply chain system. So these functions act like a toolbox, and each tool or function performs a specific task related to the inventory, production, suppliers, orders, etc. So each tool is defined as dictionary that includes its type, that is a function, and a function section that deals the function's name, description of what it does, and the input parameters it expects. Some key functions include get inventory status to check how much a product is in stock, then update inventory to add or subtract stock, then fetch new orders to see which orders are pending, then get product details and check available suppliers to explore what's needed to make products or find suppliers. Then place purchase order to order components. Allocate stock to reserve product for a customer order. Check production capacity and schedule production to plan and carry out manufacturing. Then calculate shipping options and book shipment to handle delivery. Send order update to notify the customer. Instructions complete to mark that all steps in the plan are finished. So each function also defines the parameter it requires, like product ID, order ID, and quantity, etc. So this is important because AI must pass exactly the right data when calling these tools. The use of required fields and the additional property. So in summary, the tools list defines a complete set of functions the AI agent can use to operate the supply chain system. So let's now move on to the functions then. So this block defines all the Python functions that simulate the supply chain operations described earlier. The first few functions deal with the inventory management, get inventory status, then get product details. This fetches the product information, then get inventory status returns how many units of a specific product are currently in stock, then update inventory product ID quantity change, adjust the inventory count based on a positive or negative change, making sure inventory doesn't go below 0. Then allocate stock, tries to reserve the inventory for an order. If there's enough stock, it reduces the inventory and confirms the allocation. If not, it allocates whatever is available and marks the result with an insufficient stock warning. The supplier related functions start with the check available suppliers, which returns the list of the suppliers the company can order components from. Then comes the production related logic. Check production capacity, time frame checks how many units can be produced with the given time frame. Then schedule production run, checks the capacity, schedules program if possible, and updates the inventory. For shipping, the function calculate shipping options, returns a list of available shipping methods and their cost for the specified destination. Lastly, the function send order update simulates sending a message to the customer to keep them updated on their order status. So at the very end, there's a dictionary called function mapping, which links each function name to the actual Python function. So let's then run this. So guys, knit together the whole process and make the most out of it. Let's now move on to the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to this new module of coding with O1. So initially we will start with the first part that hides the warning messages using the warnings.filter warnings ignore as we were using to. So this keeps the output clean by preventing the non-critical warnings from appearing during execution. Next, the code imports get OpenAI API key function from the helper file. Finally, the function is called and its result is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. So in short, this setup hides warnings and securely loads your API key for using OpenAI tools. So we'll run this. So here then the first line imports the 3 useful display tools from ipython.display, display image and markdown. These are commonly used in Jupyter notebooks to visually show images, format output using markdown or display objects in a cleaner way. Next, the code imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI library. So this class is used to create a client that communicates with the OpenAI's API to generate responses, run models, or perform other AI tasks. So then the client is equal to OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key initializes the OpenAI client using the API key we previously stored. So this connects your code to the OpenAI services so you can start making the API calls. So finally, 2 variables GPT model and O1 model are defined with model names GPT-4o mini and O1 mini. These are likely short and labels are used in your code to specify which AI model you want to work with when making the API request. So we'll run this. So this code defines a function called getChatCompletion, which is used to get a response from an OpenAI chatbot model. It takes 2 inputs, the model, the name of the model you want to see like GPT-4o mini, and prompt the user's message or question. So inside the function, it calls client.chat or completion.create. So this is the OpenAI API method used to send the prompt to the chosen model and generate a chat-based response. So the message is passed in the format OpenAI expects. an array of message objects with the roles like user and assistant. Finally, the function returns just the content of the model's reply using the response.choices.message.contain. So this keeps the output clean and gives you only the AI's reply text, not the entire API response structure. So we'll run this. Now here the code defines a multi-line string variable called the React demo prompt. So it's a prompt written in the natural language that will be sent to an AI model like ChatGPT to generate a React component. The prompt is asking the AI to create a React component named feedback form for collecting structured interview feedback. It outlines 4 main requirements: rating candidates with rubrics, giving specific evidence for each rating, auto-calculating a recommendation score, and guiding the interviewer to provide the behavioral feedback. It also includes additional instructions for the AI, like using the intelligent UX features like thoughtful rubrics, smart validation, and helpful prompts. Finally, the prompt includes clear coding instructions. The component must begin with the use client. In short, this prompt is designed to generate a polished, intelligent interview feedback from using React. So we'll run this. So this line calls the getChatCompletion function, which was designed earlier to get response from the OpenAI model. It passes 2 arguments, GPT model, which specifies the AI model to use like GPT-4o mini, and React demo prompt, which is the detailed instruction asking the model to generate a React component. The function sends this prompt to the model and returns the AI's response, which will be block of code as requested. The result is then stored in the variable called GPT code, which now holds the React component code generated by the AI. So we'll run this. So let's now simply print the code, and you can see the code is printed. So this line uses the display function from the ipython.display to show an image inside a Jupyter notebook or similar environment. So image GPT-4 app, you can see this. Image GPT-4 app image loads an image file named GPT-4 app image.png from the current directory. Together, this command displays the image in the notebook output, which can be useful for showing the visual results, UI screenshots, or diagrams alongside your code. So let's now move on. So it now sends the same React demo prompt to a different model called the O1 model, which is likely a lighter or experimental version like the O1 mini. It uses the getChatCompletion function to generate the code by calling the OpenAI API. Now O1 holds the output generated by the O1 model for the same prompt, allowing you to compare the results across models. And you can just print the O1 code, and you can see now it is printed, and you can now display this. Now this is nice. And with this, the function process orders text in a list of orders and optional parameters, settings, debug, and notify customer. So it processes each order by validating its fields, calculating totals, applying discounts, and queuing the customer notification. It collects the results, errors, and notifications in a separate list and returns them in a dictionary. So however, these are the few issues in the code. First, using a mutable default argument settings is risky because it can lead to unexpected behavior. It's better to use none and assign an empty dictionary inside the function. Also, comparisons like if debug is equal to true should be simplified to if debug. Similarly, if items valid is equal to true can be just if items valid. So in short, the function logic works for basic order processing but should be cleaned up for the Python best practices, performance, and maintainability. So let's now run this. So basically it creates a prompt string called prompt using the F string. So it tells the AI to clean up and improve the Python code stored in the code snippet. So the prompt specially asks the AI to return only the updated code. Next, the getChatCompletion sends this prompt to the selected GPT model using previously defined function. So this function calls the OpenAI API and gets a revised version of the code as a response. Finally, we are printing the GPT code, displays a new version of the code so you can review or use it. Lastly, this line sends the same prompt to a different model, the O1 model, using the getChatCompletion function. So this prompt asks the model to clean up and improve the code stored in the code snippet. The function processes the request and stores the model's response in the O1 code variable. So this response should contain the optimized version of the original code generated by the O1 model. The next line we are having print O1 code displays the improved code in the output, allowing you to see the and compare the O1 model's version with GPT model's output. This is useful for evaluating the differences in the code quality, clarity, and optimization between the models. Lastly, the result is stored in the result variable and then displayed using the display markdown result, which renders the output in the nicely formatted markdown, great for readability in Jupyter notebooks. In short, this step helps you to use the AI not just for generating code but also for doing a quick side-by-side code review and analysis as well. So let's now move on to the last module. Hello guys, welcome back to this last module. So let's now get into reasoning with images. We will start with importing the warnings, and this is a built-in warnings module which is used to manage the warning messages during code execution. The second line uses the warnings.filter warnings to suppress all the warnings. This means any non-critical alerts will be hidden from the output. This is commonly done to keep the output clean, especially in the notebooks or scripts where you don't want warning messages to clutter your results. So we'll run this. So then here, the first line imports the JSON module which is used to work with JSON data. This is helpful for parsing, formatting, or storing structured information. The second line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This allows you to connect to the OpenAI's API and make requests to generate the text, code, or other outputs from the AI models. Then the line from IPython.display, import display, markdown image imports tools to visually display the markdown text, images, or formatted output, commonly used in the Jupyter notebook. So after that, the code imports the get OpenAI API key function from a custom file named helper. This function retrieves your OpenAI API key securely, so it doesn't need to be hard-coded. The function get OpenAI API key is called and the return key is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. This key is needed to authenticate with the OpenAI API. The lines defining the GPT model, GPT-4o mini, and the O1 model, that is O1, specify the names of the AI models you want to use for generating responses. So these can later be passed when making the API calls. Finally, client is equal to OpenAI creates an OpenAI client instance which you will use to send prompts and receive completions. So this should ideally be OpenAI API key, include the authentication unless your environment handles the key automatically. So we'll now run this. So this means the image is expected to be located inside a folder named data in your project directory. The second line uses display image file path to load and show the image in Jupyter Notebook or similar environment. It visually renders the organization chart image so you can see directly in your notebook output. So this is commonly used when working with the visual data or presenting diagrams, charts, or anything like that. So let's now move on to the next one. The code starts by importing the base64 module, which is used to encode the binary data like image files into a base64 string format. This is necessary because APIs like OpenAI's vision models accept images as base64 encoded strings. The function encoded image, that is the image path, takes an image file path, reads it in binary mode, that is the RB, encodes it in using base64 and returns it as UTF-8 string. This prepares the image so it can be safely passed to an AI model in the required format. The main function O1 Vision is designed to send both an image and a text prompt to an OpenAI Vision enabled model like GPT-4o. It first encodes the image using the encode image function. So inside the function, it checks whether JSON model is true or false. If JSON mode is true, the response will be requested in the structured JSON format using response format, type, and JSON object, which is useful for extracting the structured data from the model's reply. So if JSON mode is false, it simply sends the prompt and image together and expects a regular text response from the model. Both the versions use client.chat.completions.create method to make the API call. Finally, the function returns the raw response object from the API, allowing the caller to further process or display the model's output. In short, this function lets you send an image along with the custom prompt to a vision capable OpenAI model with an option to get the result either as plain text or structured JSON. So this line calls the O1 Vision function, which sends both an image and a prompt to an OpenAI Vision model for analysis. So it passes three arguments: file path, that is image file path, to the image file, prompt equal to what is this. This is asking the model to describe the image, and the model is O1 model, which specifies the vision capable model to use like O1. The function processes the image and the prompt, sends them to the model, and then stores the model's response in the variable response. So this response will contain the AI's interpretation of the image, which you can later extract and display. So this line is used to display the AI model's response in a clean and readable format inside a Jupyter notebook. So this response.choices 0.message.contained accesses the actual text content generated by the model in the first response choice. So wrapping it with the markdown allows the output to be rendered with the proper formatting such as bold text, bullet points, or headings if the response includes markdown syntax. Finally, display renders the format markdown content in the notebook output area, making the model's reply easy to read and visually structured. So let's now start with understanding the image. The code defines a variable called the structured prompt, which is a string that will be sent as a prompt to the AI model, most likely a vision-enabled one, to extract the structured data from an image. The prompt includes special instructions tags to clearly tell the model what to do. It says that the model is acting as a consulting assistant where job is to process organization chart data from the image. So if then specifies the desired output format, a JSON structure that includes an arbitrary ID for each person, their name, role, an array of IDs they report to, and an array of IDs that report to them. So this is a clean and structured way to actually represent an organization hierarchy. So finally, we are printing the structured prompt, says the full prompt string, so you can review or verify its contents before using it as a function like the O1 version. So this code calls the O1 Vision function to send both an image and a structured prompt to the OpenAI Vision model. This is O1 asking it to extract the organizational hierarchical data. The arguments passed include file path equal to image file path, which points to the organization chart image, model is equal to O1, specifying the model to use. Then we have prompt is equal to structured prompt, which contains the detailed instructions on the output format, and the JSON mode is equal to true. Setting JSON mode equal to true tells the model to return the result in a structured JSON format. So instead of plain text, making it easier to parse and use programmatically. The final line actually prints the model's JSON formatted response from the first message choice, which should include the organization structure with IDs, names, roles, and reporting relationships. You can see the output. So this line creates a new variable called the clean JSON that stores a cleaned up version of the model's response. Sometimes when the models return the JSON code, they wrap it in markdown formatting using the triple backtext like JSON and to indicate a code block. So this line removes those wrappers using dot replace and dot replace with inverted commas, leaving behind only the raw JSON content. The result is a plain JSON string that can now be parsed or processed further without formatting the issues. So this line attempts to parse the model's response directly using the JSON loads, which converts a JSON formatted string into a Python dictionary order list. So it accesses the O1 response.choices.message.content, which is expected to contain the JSON output describing the organization chart structure. The result is stored in the variable, that is the organization data, making it possible to work with the organization hierarchy as a structured Python object. However, the JSON file still contains the markdown wrappers like JSON. You should use previously clean version instead for space parsing. So the code defines a new prompt string called the analysis prompt, which is meant to guide an AI model to answer questions based on a previously extracted organization chart. It starts with the special instructions like you are an organization chart expert assistant. Your role is to answer any organization chart questions with your organization data. And we have given the instruction. So this tells the AI what role it plays and how to use the data. Then it embeds the structured organization chart data inside organization data tags by using an F string. This helps the model clearly understand that this is the data it should reference when generating answers. So let's now run this. Here in the code, the first line is importing the get OpenAPI API key. This function is typically used to securely retrieve your OpenAPI key without hard coding it in the script. The second line calls this function and assigns the result, that is your API key, to the variable OpenAPI API key so it can be reused throughout your code for authentication. Finally, the client is equal to OpenAI creates an instance of the OpenAI client using that key. This allows you to send the prompts and interact with the OpenAI's models through authorized API calls. So as discussed before, these are the messages and the role user content analysis report plus who has the highest ranking reports and which manager has the most reports. And we will just run this. So then we are finally displaying the markdown, allowing my markdown formatting like bold text, bullet points or headers to be properly displayed, rendered. And the first line sets the variable image file path to the path of an image file named as erdralationorder.png, which is located inside a folder called data. So this image likely contains an entity relationship diagram. The second line uses the display image to load and visually display the image with the Jupyter notebook. So we'll just run this and basically you can now see the output. The product ID, this is the order, product, this is the ID, the client, it also has a ID, CID, product name, client address, product price and client credit card. So basically this was all about the course. That's it. So congratulations on completing your journey with Reasoning with O1. You have gone from understanding the core foundations, what Reasoning with O1 is, why it's crucial in today's AI-driven world and where it can be applied, to actually putting it into practice. We began by setting the stage with the fundamentals, then moved on to hands-on exploration, crafting effective prompts, practicing logical and structured reasoning, then writing and refining code with O1, and finally understanding how each layer builds towards the AI interaction. You didn't just learn the theory, you experienced it through demos, challenges, and the real-world examples. So whether it was decoding logic, guiding AI through structured thought, or debugging your own process, you have now got a strong grip on how to think with AI, not just about it. This is just the beginning, guys. Keep experimenting, keep questioning. The more you reason, the smarter your results become. Thank you for watching.
Whether you're a tech enthusiast, AI expert, or just curious about the new and exciting development, you won't want to miss this discussion about the latest AI sensation. I'm talking about ChatGPT, a highly advanced language model based on GPT-3 technology developed by OpenAI. ChatGPT is a state-of-art language generation AI model that has captured the attention of millions of people around the world. It has been trained on a massive dataset of text data, making it one of the most largest language models to date. But do you know, a new version of GPT is coming up. It's called GPT-4 and it will support up to 1 trillion parameters compared to 175 billion parameters of GPT-3. Now you might be wondering, what are these parameters? So what it means, when a user sends a query to the New Year version of ChatGPT, then it will process that query with all 1 trillion parameters to deliver a correct and suitable response. Isn't it mind-blowing? Not only that, GPT-4 will have more applications than its predecessor GPT-3. The GPT-3 has various applications like text generation, text summarization, automated content generation application, and is also being used by various companies like Viable, Fable Studio, and Algolia. Aside from its remarkable language handling ability, GPT-4 has the possibility of being utilized for additional functions such as generating images and videos. This is due to the fact GPT-4 is constructed using the transformer architecture, which has demonstrated effectiveness in multiple machine learning assignments, including computer vision. Psychologist and cognitive scientist Gary Marcus said that he can guarantee that GPT-4 will blow the minds. He also mentioned that GPT-4 will totally eclipse ChatGPT, as it has more parameters and is being trained with more data. However, the CEO, Sam Altman, debunks false information surrounding the company's upcoming ChatGPT-4. Altman said that he did not have an actual AGI, that is an artificial general intelligence, that could rival humans in learning and existence. The release of ChatGPT and other AI-powered chatbots has a major impact on Google's search business, with the New York Times reporting that it prompted Google's management to declare state emergency, referred to as Code Red. GPT-4, with its improved complexity and quicker response time, has the potential to enhance communication by making it more natural and accurate. For instance, short sentence responses from a chatbot can reduce the likelihood of people clicking on ads. This AI technology could bring about a major transformation in the economy. Google employees have been assigned the task of developing AI products with GPT-4 that can match the capability of GPT-3, such as its capability of generating art, music, and other visuals that OpenAI is currently capable of. Microsoft has invested $3 billion into the OpenAI and is reportedly in discussion to invest an additional $10 billion, as reported by the New York Times. The paper also stated that the release of GPT-4 is expected to take place in the first quarter of 2023. Matt McIlvaine, a venture capitalist with knowledge of GPT-4, hinted that the new system may possess multimodal capabilities, which refers to the capability of functioning in various modes such as text, images, and sounds. The GPT-4 chatbot, built using Microsoft's extensive data center network, has the potential to be similar to ChatGPT, generating only text, or it could incorporate both text and images. However, Sam Altman has cautioned not to set expectations too high. So at this point, it is difficult to say with certainty what GPT-4 will look like and what it will be capable of. So what do you think about ChatGPT-4? Do let us know in the comment section below. Now this shows that AI is one of the most sought out technology in today's day and age.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code.
Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on.
Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors.
Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here. Using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's give using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str . So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion.
Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly.
So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear.
And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces.
Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Leave enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information, and then create the registration page, and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit, and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to protect your passwords, and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started.
So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Pressed enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the ChatGPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it's the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its uh, syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes three arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first three cases are actually accepted, but the other three are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. and then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. There's also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, uh, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. The one I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. The C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so I've copied the code. Pasted over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. Is there any this error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Actually apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely it's something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying the code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has to into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated. Let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably, but I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll show you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced, and the version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code in you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So their solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1. Uh, among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even in the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely, the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely, more than half of people who have attempted it. So, let's see if the question can, if this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copied this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies. These questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. The solve n queen function is a method of the n queens class and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. Let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. Here you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So array is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a sub-array is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize two pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time this it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little low version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have their individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed through the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code, and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code, how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on, put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate, you know, the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. Issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself. So definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself. So it's it contradicting its own pointers? Maybe. But we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Last and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code for this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases, which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but this particular code can go through. Still, it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Paste, copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now, that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here, you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self uh, parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, Sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay, great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it, and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases are not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response, and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question, and the runtime is 12 ms, and it thus passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category, and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value, or how the hash can be generated. the particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize sum difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize sum difference. That is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation and okay, the code is generated and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically it's explaining that what it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like and what will be the variables and what will be the inputs and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. And then attribute error. Let's quickly copy it. Paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as we can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions, and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints, and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code, because I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't think there should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. The list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully, this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if we can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution and run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay, let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question.
Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate thus shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions. But still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously? Hello, everyone. Welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for Natural Language Processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video, giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures, such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data, like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents; image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings; audio, sound-based input like speech or music; and video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also a lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools, ChatGPT. Specifically, ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. You've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, after you log in to ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, will show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. And then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have two problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for or the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
There was a time just a few months ago when we thought we cracked it. You could literally say, "Hey AI, build me a to-do app," and just like that, code appeared. No setup, no planning, just vibes. It felt like magic. We called it vibe coding. But here's the thing about magic. It's impressive until it breaks. People started realizing the code didn't scale. The APIs were hallucinated, tests were missing, and once you moved past a simple prototype, everything fell apart. Why? Because the AI wasn't actually thinking. It was just guessing. And that's where context engineering comes in. Instead of just saying build a to-do app, you tell the AI who is it for, what features it needs, how the code should be structured, which tools to use, and even what good output looks like. It's not about shouting instructions, it's about setting the stage. And once you do that, the results are on a different level. Today, you'll learn what context engineering is, how it works, and how to use it with a real hands-on demo. Here's what we'll cover. Feel free to skip ahead, but it all connects. First, we'll go through what context engineering is, why vibe coding broke our hearts, prompt engineering versus context engineering, the full ingredient list of good context, biggest challenges and proven fixes, and live demo. So let's get started. So first, let's start by understanding what is context engineering. Now, I'll give you an analogy of a picky chef. Imagine hiring a chef and only saying, make dinner for me, no ingredients list, no dietary notes, no guest count. The meal outcome is pure roulette. Now here, context engineering gives the chef everything needed. That is the ingredients in the pantry, the dietary notes, which includes no nuts, vegan friendly, past dinner so that we don't repeat, the preferred plating style. So basically, in AI terms, context is equal to rules plus data, memory, tools, and the desired output. Now, it's the engineered environment that lets a large language model reason and not guess. So context engineering in AI involves organizing and managing all the elements needed for a task, such as rules, data, memory, tools, and the desired output, which I already told you now. This helped the AI make clear, reliable decisions instead of just guessing. By providing all the necessary background information, context engineering ensures that AI can perform well in complex situations. To sum it up, it's the art of providing all the context so that the task is plausibly solvable by the model. But why did we even need this term? Because we tried the opposite. So now we'll understand why vibe coding failed and what we have learned. Let's rewind to early 2024. The AI scene was booming, tools were dropping every week, and developers everywhere were obsessed with something called vibe coding. The idea was to just tell your AI assistant vaguely what you want, like build a to-do app, create a landing page for my startup, give me a chatbot that replies like Shakespeare, and boom, instant code. It felt magical. No setup was needed, no thinking, no planning, just proper vibes. This was especially fun for hackathons, weekend projects, quick prototypes, that wow moment in front of friends or colleagues. And to be honest, it was addictive, of course. But that dopamine hit from watching the AI generate full code blocks with zero effort, incredible. But really hit hard once people tried to ship those projects or use them in real production. Let's now understand the problems with vibe coding. Now, while vibe coding felt like cheating the system, it turned out we were mostly cheating ourselves. Here's why. So the first problem faced was the hallucinated APIs. AI would confidently use functions, libraries, or endpoints that didn't exist. You would fetch a data function that was literally made up. Second was no scalability. Now, AI didn't use design the code base for future use. No modularity, poor file structure, zero comments or documentation. Then we had brittle tests or none at all. Now most AI generated tests either didn't match the code logic, skipped edge cases, or didn't exist at all. So once the code needed to grow or evolve, it obviously collapsed. Now let's look at what the data said. Now, this wasn't just a gut feeling. Kodo released a major industry report, The State of AI Code Quality. And here's the stat that stood out. 76% of developers said they don't trust AI-generated code without human review. Why? Because vibe-coded projects often look at the first glance, it would break under pressure, and it would require more time to fix than to build from scratch. The core issue with vibe coding was based on intuition and not intention. You hope the AI gets it right, you assume the structure is okay, you skip the hard thinking. As a famous person once brilliantly said that intuition doesn't scale, structure does. So vibe coding is basically AI plus guesswork, and context engineering is AI plus planning, clarity, and with structure. So if vibe coding is just winging it and context engineering is all about building smart, then where does prompt engineering fit in? Let's clear that up next. Now let's understand the difference between prompt engineering versus context engineering. We'll break down in the simplest way possible with examples, stories, and a comparison that actually sticks. Let's first look at the core difference. Think of prompt engineering like asking someone for a favor in one sentence, and context engineering, that's like handing them a folder with everything they need to do that favor well, not just once but repeatedly. Let's look at an example analogy, which is making a sandwich. Let's say you want someone to make you a sandwich. So in the case of prompt engineering, you would say, make me a sandwich. That's it, no details needed. They don't know if you're allergic to peanuts, if you like mayo, or if you're vegan. So what do you get? Probably a sandwich, but maybe not the one you wanted. Next, in the case of context engineering, you would hand them a sticky note that says, I'm a vegan, no onions needed, toast the bread, use the sauce from the top shelf, this is how I like it cut. Now, they're not just making a sandwich, they're making your sandwich, exactly the way you want it. Now, let's put that in AI terms. So first, we look at the feature. Now, in case of prompt engineering, the focus is more on like, have you asked a question? On the other hand, in case of context engineering, the focus is on everything around the question that includes data, rules, tools, and memory. The typical size of prompt engineering is like basically 1 to 3 lines. And in case of context engineering, multiple files are there, settings, examples, and proper instructions. Now, the main goal of prompt engineering is one decent response. But in the case of context engineering, it's a reliable system that works across step or task. Prompt engineering is useful for casual use, like for example, ChatGPT or question and answer. But then context engineering is useful in real applications, automation, and in AI agents. For example, in prompt engineering, you would say something like, write a clean Python to-do app. But in case of context engineering, you would say, add system rule, use TypeScript, include API docs, provide sample code, define JSON output format. The reliability of prompt engineering sometimes hit or miss. But in case of context engineering, it's more structured, predictable, and scalable. But why this matters? Because prompt engineering is great for one-time question, fast iteration. But then if you're building an AI chatbot, training a custom AI agent, you need context engineering. Because the AI needs more than just a question, it needs the full story. So now that we know the difference, let's break down the actual ingredients of good context. Imagine you're giving an AI assistant a task. Now the AI is not human. It doesn't understand things the way people do. It only knows what you give it right now. So if you want it to do a good job, you have to give the right information in the right way. That set of information you give the AI, that's what we call context. And just like cooking a recipe, good context needs few specific ingredients. If you forget even one, the AI might mess up. So what makes up good context? Let's look at each ingredient in simple, beginner-friendly terms. The first one is system instructions. This is just like the basic rulebook you give the AI. For example, you say always write a clean code, use British English, start every response with hi there. These are the universal rules that the AI should always follow no matter what the task you give it. The second one is the user input. This is your actual prompt, the question or command you give. Let's say, for example, you say summarize this news article or build a weather app in Python. Simple, direct, and this is what kicks off the task. Third one is short-term memory, which is the chat history. Think of it like the conversation you had so far. Now, if you're chatting with AI, you could say something like, can you write a report? Then you say, make it shorter. The AI needs to remember the first request to understand the second. That memory of what you said, that's short-term memory or called chat history. Next, we have long-term memory. This is the memory from older sessions or saved preferences. Let's say, for example, you always want the AI to avoid using certain words, or you have already told it your name and the job title. Now, if you have shared this before and it remembers, that's long-term memory. Not all AI tools have this yet, but the best ones like advanced agents do have. Next is knowledge bases. These are the external sources of information the AI can use like documents, websites, or APIs. For say, example, you're building a health app. You link the AI to a medical database or PDF guide. The AI will search through the material and use it to give smarter answers. Next, we'll talk about the workflow state. This means where are we right now in a bigger process. Let's say you're building an app with AI. This first step would be planning, second step would be writing code, and the third step would include testing. Fourth step will be fixing the bugs. Now, if the AI knows which step it's on, it can focus better. Otherwise, it might try to do everything at once, and that often fails. One small problem is that the AI can't hold unlimited information. It has a limit, which is called the context window. So how do we fit in all of this without confusing it? That's exactly what we will talk about the next, which is the problems with context and the smart ways to fix them. When working with AI, giving it the right information called context is super important, but doing that isn't always easy. Here are a few common problems and simple ways to fix them. First is too much of information, not enough space. Of course, AI has a limit to how much it can read at once. Now, if you give it too much, it forgets or it gets confused. You can fix it by saying summarize older or less important information to make space for what matters. Second is information overload. Dumping large chunks of unstructured text can overwhelm the AI. Then is wrong order of information. Now, if the most important information is hidden, the AI might miss it. Next is multiple sources, which confuses the AI. Now, if your project uses different databases or tools, the AI might not know which one to use. Then is messy memory. When too much random information is stored, the AI gets lost. So you can fix it by saying use memory blocks to organize what the AI remembers, like facts, past charts, or fixed rules. Now, these simple fixes help your AI give better, more accurate responses every time. Now, enough of the slides. I'll show you a demo with ChatGPT. So first, I've given a prompt to ChatGPT to create a project plan for launching a new website. So as you can see that the GPT has given me this answer, the project plan, the project overview, the goal, timeline, team, and the phases. You can see the phases. They have directly given me the phases. It has not explained in depth and detail. Now, we will use the custom GPT to add more context to this. So we can just head over to here and we can just select customize GPT, and then you can just name project and just enter this. I have entered that you are a project manager with expertise in website launches. Create a detailed project plan with deadlines for each phase considering the following. All right. And again, you can just add more information from here if needed. Now, this is the advanced ChatGPT capability. So I have also selected that and I'll click on save from here. Now, I'll click new chat and again, I'll ask the same question. That create a project plan for me for launching new website. Let's see what it responds. So now, as you can see, it has given me project plan for launching a new website. And this is the project goal, and this is the phase 1 objective task. And it has also given me the day-wise time needed for doing each task. And this is the phase 2. It has also given me the milestone from here. So as you can see, it has divided the phases into many parts, and from here it can just look at the task and the number of day, the milestone achieved. So I'll just show you the difference between the ChatGPT customized using context and the normal ChatGPT. So this was a normal ChatGPT generic answer, which had given me the phases, task, and just the normal things without proper date timing. And when I used the customized ChatGPT, it gave me the objective, the task needed to do each phases with the days as well. So this is the kind of answer you can expect from ChatGPT when you use context engineering here. Hey there, let's start with a quick thought. Have you ever tried to talk to a machine and it gave you the wrong answer? Maybe you asked Siri, what's the weather today? And you got something like, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Or even worse, it gave you the wrong city's weather forecast. This might sound frustrating, right? Now, what if I told you that this happens because you didn't give it a good question? That's where prompt engineering comes in. So in simple terms, it's the art and science of crafting the right questions or prompts to get the best answers from AI. In today's video, we are going to cover the basics of prompt engineering, which is not just about asking AI questions, but about asking them in the right way. And by the end of this course, you will understand what is prompt engineering. I'll break it down for you so it's very super simple to understand. Why prompts matter. You'll see how much the quality of your prompt can change your AI's responses. We'll then understand how AI processes prompts. I'll explain you how AI understands your questions and it's easier than you think. Then we'll understand tokenization. This might sound a bit technical, but I'll make it an easy way to grasp. Don't worry, I have got you covered. Then we have context window and memory. So how does AI remember things? We will dive into this in a very simple way. The anatomy of good prompt. What makes a good prompt? We will break it down for you and show you what exactly to include. Weak versus strong prompt. Now small changes can definitely make a big difference, and I'll show you how to do that. Now after all of that, I'll show you a real life demo on how to use prompt engineering with ChatGPT. You'll see how to apply everything we learned today in real world situations. So are you ready to see prompt engineering in action? Let's get started now. Now, before we get started, let me explain it to you using a real-life story example of prompt engineering in action. So here's a quick quiz question on prompt engineering that I want you guys to answer in the comment section below. So what does zero-shot prompting mean? Giving the AI multiple examples, giving no instructions at all, giving a task without any examples, or providing images only. Meet David, a marketing manager at a growing e-commerce company. David's team is launching a new product and his task is to come up with catchy, attention-grabbing ad copy for their digital ads. He decides to use an AI tool to help him generate some creative ideas. David types a very basic prompt into the AI. He says, "Give me some ad copy for a new product." The AI generates a few generic lines like "buy a product today" and "new product now available." After seeing this answer, David scratches his head because these lines are overly broad and it fails to capture the essence of the new product. He needs something more specific, something that resonates with their target audience. So David refines his prompt. He types, "Write 3 creative ad copy ideas for a new eco-friendly water bottle targeted at young professionals who care about sustainability." Now the AI gives David more targeted and unique ideas. It gives like "stay hydrated, stay green, drink sustainably, work sustainably, eco-conscious, stylish and practical." Now after seeing this, David smiles because this is exactly what he needed. By refining his prompt, he got the right tone, the right message and the perfect ad copy. So here's the lesson. Just like David, when you're working with AI, the more specific and detailed your prompt is, the better will be your results. A vague prompt will give you vague results, but a well-structured prompt leads to clear, relevant, and targeted response. Next, let's understand what exactly is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is the process of designing and crafting the right questions or instructions for AI so that the AI can generate the most accurate and useful responses. You can think of it as giving clear directions to a GPS. The clearer the destination is, the more accurate the route will be. Let's say, for example, instead of saying, "Tell me about climate change," you could ask, "Explain climate change in 3 bullet points in simple language for high school students." Now, this level of specificity helps the AI understand exactly what you want, so it can generate a response that fits your needs. So now that you know what prompt engineering is, let's see some real-world applications of prompt engineering. So where can we actually apply prompt engineering? Here are a few examples. First one is customer support. AI can be used to respond to customer queries. The more precise your prompt is, the better the AI can assist you. It also helps in coding. Now, developers use AI to generate code, debug, or offer solutions to coding problems. Let's say, for example, write Python code to sort a list of numbers in ascending order. Now, in education, teachers use AI to generate quiz questions, explain complex concepts, or even create lesson plans. Then we have marketing. Marketers like David use AI to generate ad copy, create social media content, or even come up with product names. For example, create 3 catchy slogans for a new organic skincare product. It is also useful in data analytics. Now, AI can be used to interpret and summarize large data sets. It can automate your reports, it can generate insights based on your structured data, making data analysis faster and much more accurate. For example, you can say summarize these key insights from this report. Now, the more specific you're with your prompt, the better the AI can assist you in these real world scenarios. Alright, so how does AI even understand your prompt? Well, it doesn't understand like we do. It basically predicts. AI doesn't truly understand your question. It just predicts the most likely next words based on what you have typed. It works like your phone's predictive text. Just like when your phone guesses the next word in a sentence, in the same way, AI guesses the best next word to keep the response flowing. It's not magic, it's pure pattern and mathematics. AI uses pattern it learned from tons of data during training. No emotions, no reasoning, just super smart pattern matching. You can think of this like playing the game fill in the blanks. You're given a sentence with some words missing, and you have to guess the missing words based on what you know. The more you practice, the better you get at filling those blanks. In the same way, AI guesses the next word in a sentence based on all the word it has seen before, but without any true understanding. So the clearer your prompt is, the better the AI's guess will be. Now, let's dive into the key concept tokenization. You can simply put tokenization, which is the process of breaking down your sentence into smaller pieces or tokens. Now, these tokens could be whole words, parts of word, or even punctuation marks. Basically, the building blocks that the AI works with. To help AI understand text better, it breaks down sentences into smaller pieces called tokens. A token could be a word, part of a word, or even a punctuation. Let's say, for example, if you type ChatGPT is amazing, the AI breaks it into these tokens. Chat plus G plus PT plus is amazing. Understanding how AI tokenizes text is important because the more efficient the tokens are, the clearer the AI understanding will be. When writing prompts, keeping them concise and avoiding unnecessary words help AI generate better responses. AI doesn't see the full picture immediately, just smaller puzzle pieces which are the tokens, and then it works to assemble those into a response. The better the pieces which are the tokens, the clearer the final picture will be. Next, we will understand context window and memory. Now, AI has a context window which acts like its working memory. The context window determines how much of the conversation the AI can remember at any given time. Now, if you ask AI a long question and the context window gets full, it may forget parts of the earlier conversation. Let's say, for example, in simple terms, AI has a memory box called the context window. For GPT-3, this box can hold up only up to 8,000 tokens, which are the words or parts of the word. Once it gets filled up, it starts forgetting earlier parts of the conversation, which can affect its responses. GPT-4, on the other hand, has a larger memory box, so it can hold more tokens and remember more details without even forgetting. The image here shows how GPT-4 can handle longer conversations while fewer memory limits compared to GPT-3, which struggles to keep track when the conversation gets too long. Now we'll dive into some important part, which is understanding anatomy of a good prompt. Now that you know how AI works, let's break down the anatomy of a good prompt. A well-constructed prompt is just like a recipe. It needs the right ingredients in the right order. And that recipe includes a clear task, which is, what do you want the AI to do? Your target audience. Who is the answer for? You can think of it like giving directions to a friend. If you can just say, go right, they'll have no idea where they're being headed. But if you say, take a right at the second stoplight and then a left at a coffee shop, you are being much more specific and now they will know exactly where to go. This is how you should approach your prompt. Clear, specific, and with all the right details. Then we have context or role. That is, what context should the AI take into account? Formatting or constraints. How do you want the answer to be formatted? So this is the anatomy of a good prompt. Now let's understand the difference between weak and strong prompt. So at first, we have got weak prompt. For example, tell me about AI. Now, this can be vague, which is it doesn't specify what aspect of AI is needed. It's too broad. AI can give a general, unclear response. It's also unfocused because no guidance is given on how to explain AI. Now, let's understand the example of a strong prompt. Let's suppose you type in 3 bullet points, explain AI to a 10-year-old in simple terms. Now, this tells AI exactly what to do, which is explaining in 3 points. It's also audience focused, which is it tells AI who it's explaining to, which is 10-year-old kid. It requests a specific format, which is in bullet points. Now we can see from here that strong prompt is much more effective because it gives clear direction to the AI, making its response more useful and focused. You can think of this like asking someone to explain a movie to you. If you just say explain it, you might get a full analysis of the film, which might be way more detailed than you need. But if you ask, can you explain this movie to a 5-year-old, you'll get a much simpler, child-friendly summary. That's the power of strong prompting. Now I'll show you a demo using ChatGPT, the difference between weak prompt and strong prompt. So now let's start with the demo part. I'll show you a clear difference of how you use the vague prompt and how we can improve it using a specific prompt. Let's say my first prompt is very normal. So I type something like, tell me about the climate change. So this is my prompt to GPT and you see what type of answer will it give to me. So yeah, so you can see here it has given me this particular set of answer. It says climate change refers to significant and lasting changes of the earth and the key causes, the consequences and everything. But I feel like this prompt is mostly broad and it's open-ended. The ChatGPT responds with a general explanation covering multiple aspects like the causes, effect and the solution. So while this information is accurate, but still I feel that this is not tailored for my particular target audience or any purpose, which makes it less useful if you have a specific goal in your mind. So now I'll be giving a better improved version of my prompt. So here is my prompt, the improved one, and I have said GPT that explain the key causes of climate change in under 100 words using simple language suitable for high school students. So you can see that this model, it gives a clear boundary, a specific topic focusing on the number of words and a defined audience. Now the response is maybe more shorter. Let's see, look at the response. What type of response does ChatGPT give us? Yeah. So you can see that it has actually given me the only information which is needed, that too in under 100 words, suitable for high school students. It might be more shorter, direct and written in accessible language. Now this version would work well for teaching purpose, summarizing or even including in a school newsletter. Now, we'll look at the second example, which is the missing context versus clear instruction. So, let me show you the first simple normal prompt. So, my prompt is write a post about productivity. Okay, this is my first prompt, a normal prompt like how you guys usually do. So now let's see what ChatGPT generates. So you can see here that this is a very common kind of prompt that people give it to ChatGPT. Now the model will try to fill in the blanks, but since it doesn't know who the audience is and who are my target audience, what style should to use, it ends up writing something very bland and unfocused. So now we'll be giving the second prompt, which is the improved version. So here is my prompt. It says you're a productivity coach. Write a LinkedIn post on how to manage distractions while working from home. Keep the tone conversational, limited to 3 short paragraphs. So let's see what ChatGPT generates for me. So you can see the answer that the GPT has given us. It's accurate and also suitable for my target audience. So in this version, we tell the model what persona to adopt, like who the audience is, what topic to cover, and how to structure the response. So that level of instruction results is much more specific, engaging, and also well-organized post that's likely to perform better on LinkedIn or maybe your own personal blog as well. So this was for a second example. I'll show you a couple of examples. So let's move on to a third example now. So the third example is the flat request versus step-by-step prompting. So first, we will be giving a very normal basic prompt like write a blog post about AI in education, okay? So I've given my prompt here, write a blog post about AI in education. All right. So you can see here that this is the answer which GPT has given to me. Now you can see that this prompt gives no direction on what angle to take, how long the post should be or how it should be structured. Now the model might generate a long unstructured post that tries to cover everything and it ends up doing nothing particularly well. Now we will be giving a better improved version of this prompt. So now as you can see, I've given ChatGPT a 3-step. The first step is to generate 3 blog title ideas about AI in education. The step 2 is pick the most engaging one and write a 200 word blog intro. The third step is suggesting an outline for my full blog. Now, this approach breaks the task into smaller, manageable parts. It gives the model room to brainstorm and select the strongest direction before writing. So, by structuring the task step by step, you're not just only getting better results, but also maintaining creative control at every stage. So, we'll just give this prompt now, and you can see it has given me the answer for the first step 2, which is the chosen title. And you can see my title is also there. The blog intro is under 200 words. And it has given me step by step the blog outline, introduction, the full storyline. Yeah, it looks good to me. So here you get a clear difference of how you convey your message to ChatGPT AI. First, if you give a normal prompt, like just a normal one-liner prompt, you see the answer here. And when you give a step-by-step detailed explanation of how you want the blog to be, your outline, engaging 200 blog intro, the blog title ideas. So this is how ChatGPT generates answer for you. Now, the fourth example which we'll be looking on is the unfocused request and the difference between role-based prompting. So I will give a prompt like summarize this article. Now, this is a very normal basic prompt. So yeah, you have to provide the article which needs to be summarized. Yeah, so I have an article here of about talking about generative AI. So I've given this to ChatGPT and I write here that summarize this article. Okay. Okay, now it has given me a full summary of the article. You see, it's a bit short. So it might look a bit clear, but then, it lacks details about what kind of summary you actually want. Is it for academic purpose, for social media, for a quick internal update? Now, without that context, the model makes assumptions and the result may not match what you actually need. Let's look at the improved prompt to give to ChatGPT. So my prompt here is you are a journalist writing a tweet thread summarizing this article for tech professionals. Keep this point under 280 characters and focus on the actionable insights. Now, while I give this prompt to GPT, let's look at the answer, how it generates for us. So as you can see here, the model has actually got a clear person and a platform in mind. Journalists writing for Twitter. It also knows who the summary is for and what kind of information to highlight. Now, this particularly makes the output snappy, concise, and tailored for busy professionals who just want quick takeaways. Here you can have a look of all our key points addressed in this article. So there is a major difference, it depends on how you actually give prompts to GPT. Using such improved prompts can increase the productivity of your task. Let's now look at the fifth example, which is generic questions versus goal-oriented prompt. A normal prompt would be, what are some marketing strategies? Let's type this to ChatGPT. So I want to know more about the marketing strategy. So this is how I give prompt. So the answer it has given me in bullet pointers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's given me basically 12 pointers. You can see here it might respond with a generic list, as you can see the content, marketing, email campaign, social media, user generated content, referral marketing, influencer marketing. But they're not filtered or prioritized for real world scenario. Now, I'll show you how you can improve it using the improved version of this prompt. So here I've given again the improved version of the prompt, that is you're a digital marketing consultant advising a startup with a limited budget. Suggest 5 cost-effective marketing strategies that can implement in the next 30 days. Let's look at the answer now. So you can see it has given me a clear, detailed answer for my question with the bonus tip, actionable tip, what you can take with all the clear 5 pointers with the tips as well. You can just look from here that here now the model has got a clear context. It's advising a startup. There's a budget constraint, there's a timeline. The result is a list of more actionable and realistic strategies, such as organic social media, referral programs, or even collaborations, which are tailored for your business needs or your startup needs. So guys, now you can see I have clearly shown you how you can optimize your prompting using a clear, well-structured, specified prompt. It's very important that you stop using such vague prompts and start giving much more specifications, details, and use a proper prompt if you want to utilize ChatGPT. Have you ever wished you could just tell your computer what you want and bam, it builds it for you? Well, guess what? We're pretty much there. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you something called vibe coding. And before you roll your eyes, hear me out. This isn't some fancy buzzword. It's literally coding that just flows. You know that feeling when everything clicks, when you're in the zone and ideas turn into working code without the usual headaches? That's called vibe coding. Here's what's crazy. AI tools have gotten so good that you can basically have a conversation with them and walk away with a real app. No more staring at blank screens wondering where to start, no more getting stuck on syntax, just stew your ideas and tools that actually get it. Today I'm testing 3 AI coding tools that everyone's talking about. At first we have Bolt. Now this thing is insanely fast. You describe what you want and it builds it while you watch it. Then we have Lovable, which is perfect if you care about making things look good. It's like having a designer and developer rolled into one. Then we have Pythagora. The coolest part is you just chat with it like you're explaining your idea to a friend and it builds complex app. I'm going to show you how exactly each one works, the good stuff and not the good stuff, real demos, real code, and at the end, we are doing a showdown. Which tool actually delivers on this whole vibe coding promise? So let's find it out. So let's start with the first AI tool for vibe coding, which is Pythagora. So from here, you can ask Pythagora to build anything. For example, it's mentioned here that ask Pythagora to build a CRM app. So we will ask the same, build a simple, interactive CRM app. And I'll just hit enter from here. You have to choose any of your account you're using. So as you can see, it's setting up your Pythagora workspace. So as you can see, our workspace is being created. And now from here, you can just simply describe. So as you can see from here, I've given a prompt to create a simple customer relationship management app. The goal is to keep the track of customer information, manage relationship communication, and help with the sales and support. And here's what I have in mind. I've given the app features, how I want it to be, the task management, notes section, simple dashboard, communication logos. I've also given the UI UX design element. Now before this, you can just fill out this essential questions asked. So I'm using it for some other purpose. How big is your company? You can just mention anything. And then after I've given the prompt, I'll just hit continue. We'll wait for a few seconds. So now as you can see, it is giving us to write some specification. So this is the overview of the specifications which I have mentioned. So the Pythagora is now generating a detailed specification for app based on your input. So it's basically creating a documentation of the overview which we had given. So it's given that write specifications. Are you satisfied with the project description? So I'll just hit on yes. So it's building all the components and the APIs. It takes a bit of time. So now as you can see that our app is ready, and I'll show you the preview of our app. So we'll open this in our browser. So you can see from here, you can just enter your email and then you can enter your password. Now if you don't have an account, you can just sign up and then you can create your account. So as you can see, this is a dashboard that Pythagora has created for us. I mean, just look at it. This is just awesome. Look at the features it has added, and can you believe this AI has made it completely? This is the number of customers, the active leads we have, the upcoming tasks. I mean, the quality is just so premium, and that you get it in free version without even spending any bucks. And I'm pretty impressed by this. I would rate it 10 out of 10. This is absolutely best. Now let's move on to our second AI tool on our list, which is Bolt. So from here, you can just click on the first link. So here in Bolt, you can just share your ideas. So I've mentioned that build a simple e-commerce website with good UI, UX. And then I've mentioned more app features in the shopping cart I want to be added. And I'll just hit on enter. So you can just sign in with your Google account. So now from here, you can just give the prompt I've already given. So we'll wait for a few minutes till our preview will appear here. So it's first creating the overview of our prompt which I've given. And now you can see it's installing the dependencies from here. And now it's written that I've created a comprehensive production-ready e-commerce website with beautiful design and excellent user experience. The application features a modern, clean interface with sophisticated color schemes, smooth animations, and intuitive navigations. So we'll just have a look at once we are done with creating this. It takes a bit of time, but yeah, I think it's ready now. So we can just open in a separate tab. So now from here, you can see that our e-commerce website is ready. And yes, this also looks amazing. The name is given Shop Hub, and this is the new collection here. And these are the products, and you can just see to this, hover animation that it has given to us. And this also looks really premium. Just look at this. And this is the drop-down list where we have all the quick links, customer service, and the contact as well. I'm pretty impressed by this Bolt New because it has created such an amazing website, and the minimalism and the sophisticated look that it has given to my website, it's really, really good. The color layout also, it's blue, white, and it has kept very minimalistic. So for this also, I would rate it maybe 9 out of 10 or maybe 10 out of 10 because both of them are really good. Just look at this Pythagora, and here we have the Bolt New. Both are amazing. I mean, I can't actually compare both, but then again, let's check out the third AI tool on our list. We have Lovable AI. So we'll be checking out this AI tool and how we can just create amazing applications within seconds. So I'll ask this AI to create an amazing weather app with features and good UI UX design. So let's hit enter. Okay, you can just log in with your account. So now we'll just wait for a few seconds till our application is being built. So now as you can see, it's working on the progress, and I must say the interface of this AI looks pretty good. You can also upload images as reference and you can preview your changes as well. So now it's basically working. So from here you can see that it's working on the index. And this is the code which you can see from here. So now you can see that our app is ready, and we'll just preview it. And again, just look at the features it has added. This also looks really good. This is the weather application named Weatherly, and here you can just search your city. You can just enter your city name. Let's suppose it's Bangalore, and it will give you the weather updated report. So you can see from here, no, it's UK. Just enter. So I don't know why is it giving UK, but then yeah, the weather information is actually correct. You also have the weather details, the humidity, wind speed, visibility, plus you get the 7-day forecast today, tomorrow, and this is again amazing. And I would rate this maybe, this is also good, so I'll rate this 9 out of 10. So as to compare all the 3 AI tools which we created our applications. So the first one we had is the CRM application, CRM Pro, using Pythagora. So here is our application. The second one we built using Bolt, an e-commerce website named as Shop Hub. So you can have a look at this. And the third one we created a weather app using Lovable. And here you have this. Now let me know in the comment section which one you actually like the most. For me personally, I think I would go for Bolt, number 1. Second, I would rate this Pythagora. And third, I would rate this Lovable. Now let me know which one you liked the most. Imagine this. You're sitting in a cozy corner of your favorite cafe, sipping on a warm cup of coffee. Your laptop is open, and within minutes, you have just created a high-ranking blog that could potentially earn you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Sounds good to go true? Well, this isn't a fantasy. It's the reality of modern blogging with ChatGPT. Since its launch in late 2022, ChatGPT has taken the world by storm, gaining over a million users in just 5 days. And for bloggers, it has been nothing short of a gold mine. With AI at your fingertips, you can now create content faster than ever, target profitable keywords with precision, and even outsmart your competition with strategic insights. Let's talk about numbers. Many bloggers have seen their income skyrocket from a few $100s a month to tens of thousands, simply by leveraging ChatGPT. They have doubled their traffic, optimized their content strategies, and tapped into new revenue streams with the power of AI. The possibilities are endless, and today I'm going to show you exactly how you can do the same. In this video, we are diving deep into how you can harness the power of ChatGPT to start a profitable blog from scratch. Step by step, I'll walk you through everything you need to know, from content planning and keyword research to writing posts and promoting them effectively. So without wasting much time, let's dive into our first step, which is creating a content plan. Every successful blog begins with a well thought out content plan. This is where the magic starts. ChatGPT can play a pivotal role in helping you brainstorm and organize your ideas efficiently. Imagine sitting down to create your blog and having a clear roadmap of content ideas tailored to your niche. That's the power of content plan. First, determine the niche you're passionate about, whether it's technology, fitness, travel, or any other topic. Once you have identified your niche, it's time to leverage ChatGPT. So as you can see, we have logged in our ChatGPT, and you can simply ask ChatGPT to suggest blog post ideas for your chosen topic. For example, you could type suggest blog post ideas for a tech blog. So I'll just simply type here. And I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given some blog post ideas, and these are the topics we can look into. So these ideas aren't just random suggestions, they are the building blocks of your content calendar. With these topics in hand, you can plan out your blog post for the upcoming months, ensuring that your content creation is consistent and targeted. The approach not only keeps your blog organized, but also helps you stay focused on delivering value to your audience regularly. So now that we have our content plan in place, it's time to move on to the next crucial part of the blogging process. This step will ensure that your blog post will not only reach your audience, but also rank highly on search engine. So you can pick any topic you want from here. Suppose my topic is cybersecurity threats in 2024. All right. Now the next step is keyword research. In the world of blogging, keywords are like GPS for your content. They guide your readers straight to your blog. So the next step is conducting keyword research. Keywords are essential for search engine optimization, which is SEO, because they help your blog rank higher in search engine result, making it easier for your target audience to find your content. With ChatGPT, the process becomes incredibly efficient. You can start by asking ChatGPT to generate a list of potential keywords for your blog. For example,
Let's type here, give me short tail and long tail keywords. Give me short tail and long tail keywords for the particular topic which you have chosen. For example, I've chosen this topic, which is cybersecurity threats in 2024. So I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will give a list of short tail keywords and long tail keywords as well. It's important to validate these keywords using an SEO tool like Google Keyword Planner. So you can validate these keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So let me show you a quick demo on how we can search using Google Keyword Planner. So I'll just type here Google Keyword Planner. So as you can see, I'll just simply sign in here. So here, this is the interface of Google Keyword Planner. You just have to click on Discover New Keywords and you can type anything. For example, the topic name is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, that's it. And the language you have selected is English. And we will click on Get Results. So as you can see that Google has given us a list of all the keywords related to this topic. The broad level keywords, we have total 658 keywords ideas available. You can also add filter here and suppose low range, high range, or exclude keywords in my account, anything you want to alter. And suppose I click here brand or non-brand keywords. Suppose you want keywords for your platform like Coursera, Code, Udemy, anything. So you can just untick the other brands and then it will give you the keywords related to that particular platform. And yes, these are the monthly searches and the competition status, everything you can just simply see from here. So these are the keywords which are having monthly searches of around 100k to 1 million. All right, so you can pick any keyword from here. Suppose this is cybersecurity. I'll just copy paste. You can also download your keywords. So this is how you can search your keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So we'll go back to ChatGPT. As you can see, these tools will provide you the valuable data such as search volume, keyword difficulty, and competition level. This ensures that you're targeting the right keywords that can bring substantial traffic to your blog. So by combining the power of ChatGPT with reliable SEO tools, you are setting the foundation for a well-optimized blog that can rank well and attract the right audience. Now let's move on to our next step, which is analyzing content gaps. Now that we have understood the content plan and how do we do the keyword research, it's time to gain a competitive edge by analyzing content gap. So content gaps are opportunities where your competitors might be missing out and you can step in to provide valuable content that fills those voids. So ChatGPT can assist you in this process by helping you to analyze what top ranking blogs are doing and how they might be lacking. So we can just simply type a prompt here, which is analyze the content gaps. Suppose analyze the content gaps. And you can just mention the competitor's blog post. So we can simply search for that keyword which we have chosen, cybersecurity. And you can see the first blog post, which is from Cisco, what is cybersecurity. So we'll just copy this domain, the web address. And here we'll just copy paste and just simply click enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT was unable to analyze the content gap. So we will just, again, we will give the prompt, analyze the content. Just copy paste this post, press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will highlight the areas where you can improve or expand your content to offer something unique and comprehensive. By identifying these gaps, you can tailor your blog post to cover topics or angles that others might have overlooked, giving you a distinct advantage in the crowded blogging landscape. So this strategy not only enhances your content but also position you as an authority in your niche, attracting more readers and high ranking on search engines. So as you can see, we have understood this step. Now it's time to move on to a fourth step, which is building topic clusters. To truly establish your blog as an authoritative source in your niche, it's important to create topic clusters. So topic clusters are groups of related blog posts that revolve around a central theme. This strategy not only helps with SEO but also provides your readers with a comprehensive understanding of a particular subject. So using ChatGPT, you can easily build these clusters. For instance, you might ask create topic clusters for a blog post. Suppose I just type a prompt here, create topic clusters for a blog about cybersecurity in 2024. All right. So we'll just simply click on enter. So here are the list of topic clusters, which are more than just a collection of posts. They create a robust site structure through internal linking, which helps search engine understand the relationship between the content pieces. This improves your blog's visibility and ranking while also guiding your readers through a logical and informative content journey. So as you can see, your topic clusters are now here ready. You have laid the groundwork for a powerful content strategy. Now it's time to dive into the actual writing process where ChatGPT can once again be your invaluable assistant. So after doing this topic cluster thing, we'll move on to our fifth step, which is outlining and writing the blog post. So the next step of our journey is creating a well-structured outline, which is very important for organizing your thoughts and ensuring that your content flows smoothly. So we will start by asking ChatGPT to generate an outline for your blog post. You might type something like this, which is create an outline for a blog post titled, suppose the title name is Cybersecurity in 2024. Okay. So as you can see, it has created an outline, introduction, emerging cybersecurity, and what all topics you need to include. So it will provide a detailed structure including headings, subheadings, and that you can use as a blueprint for your post. Once you have your outline ready, you can ask ChatGPT to help expand each section into fully written content. For example, you could input expand the section on heading with the keywords name of the keyword list. So suppose this is the heading, all right. So you can just type here expand the section on heading name with the keywords, and you can get your keywords from Google Keyword Planner, as you can see here. So just simply copy paste the keywords. So copy paste it, just remove all of these things and just simply press enter. So ChatGPT will generate content that fits into your outline, making the writing process faster and more efficient. So however ChatGPT is a powerful tool, it's also important to add your personal touch to ensure that the content is more engaging and reflects your unique voice. So you can also add, just write a prompt, write friendly tone blog post and just press enter. So you can modify according to your needs. So as you can see that the ChatGPT has generated a topic cybersecurity, and it's starting from all the topics which needs to be included. So any modification you need to do, you just simply type the prompt here and then ChatGPT will give you the required results. Our next step is adding FAQs and also doing SEO optimization. So now this post as our blog is ready. So to enhance your blog post users experience and search engine performance, we also consider adding a frequently asked question FAQs. So ChatGPT can generate FAQs that are relevant to your topic. Just simply type here, create 5 FAQs. So it will create all the FAQs you need. You can also ask for tags, meta tags. For this, you need to type create meta tags for blog post titled Cybersecurity in 2024. So it will create all the meta tags So by adding these SEO enhancements, you are ensuring that your blog post is not only informative and engaging, but also optimized to rank well and attract a larger audience. Our last step is promoting our blog. The final step includes writing a great post. Effective promotion is the key to driving traffic and growing your readership. So ChatGPT can help you in assisting and creating promotional content for various platforms. So you can just simply type a prompt here, which is create a tweet to promote my blog post titled Cybersecurity 2024. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a concise and engaging tweet that you can share with your followers. You can also do the same for other platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, and all of that. So just simply you can also write a newsletter to promote my blog using the title name, and then ChatGPT will generate the content allowing you to quickly share your post to your audience. And there you have it, a comprehensive step-by-step guide using ChatGPT for blogging. From creating a content plan and researching keywords to writing posts and promoting them effectively, ChatGPT can streamline your workflow and help you focus on what matters the most.
We'll start with our project, and for that, first we'll create a folder in Python projects. And name it as Telegram bot using ChatGPT. Okay, and inside this we'll open the command prompt and open our ID. That is, I would be using the Visual Studio Code, and you can use any ID that you have hands on. And now we will go back to our ChatGPT and we'll start here. But before that, let's talk about Telegram bot. So a Telegram bot is a program that interacts with users via the Telegram messaging app. The prerequisite is you should have a Telegram account, and bots can be used for a wide range of purposes such as customer support, news delivery, and even games. And ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a large language model trained by OpenAI that is based on GPT 3.5 architecture. And ChatGPT is capable of generating human-like response to text-based inputs, making it a great tool for building chatbots. And now if we talk about prerequisites, you should have a Telegram account, Python installed on your system, and we need a Python Telegram bot library that I will show you what to install, and that ChatGPT will tell us like what to install. So we'll just ask ChatGPT to create Telegram bot using Python. Okay, so it says error. We'll just refresh the page and ask again, create Telegram bot using Python. Okay, I will see what he states. So create a Telegram bot. You need a Telegram bot talking to the bot father. Yeah, we have to go to the bot father. I will show you guys how to do that. Install the required libraries. Next, you need to install. Okay, and write this code. Okay, so in this script they have started with the start function, so it will just say as hello when it would be started. Okay, so we will add some more functionalities, and we will ask where to find the your API token here. So I know like we have to go to the bot father, but we will ask ChatGPT also, where can we find the your API token. So it states that to get to Telegram bot API token, you need to create a new bot by talking to the bot father on Telegram. Open Telegram and search for bot father. Okay, and send the bot father a message, that is /new bot, and the bot father will ask you for the name of the bot, and it will ask you about the username. And the fifth is the bot father will then generate a token for your bot. This token is a string of characters that uniquely identifies your bot on Telegram. So keep this token secure, and I will also blur it so you guys won't be able to see it. Okay, so moving to a Telegram, we'll just search bot father here, and you can see this is the bot father, and we'll just click on start, and the ChatGPT asked us to write /new bot. We'll just click on this and we'll get, so we'll write a new bot. How are we going to call it? Please choose a name for the bot. So we'll write Simplilearn _ new bot. Okay, good, let's choose a username. So simply learn 11 _ bot, and it states that your username should end in bot. So we have ended with bot, and you could see the token here, and here you can just access your bot. So we'll get back to our ID and create a new file, and I will name it as new.py only, or you can name it as bot.py or anything you want. We'll get back to our ChatGPT, but before that, first we need to install the library. For that, you can go to the command prompt, or you could use the terminal of your ID. That is, in Visual Studio Code, you could use the terminal to install the libraries. You could see that the requirement is already satisfied, as this library is already installed on the system. So moving back, library is installed, and now we'll copy this code and paste it here, and we will just change the token. We'll go back to bot father, we'll copy this token, come back and paste it here. Okay, now we will run this and see whether our bot is working or not. So it has successfully executed. We'll get back to our bot father and just click on Simplilearn 11 bot. So we click on start and see it says hello, I am your bot. So it's working fine. So if we write hello, it won't respond as there are no functionalities. So we will ask ChatGPT to add functionalities. Please add some more functionalities and response to the bot. Let's see. So sure, here's an example of how you can add some more functionality. So they used bot updater dispatcher. Okay, define the help command handler. Okay, So ChatGPT has defined 3 functions, that is echo. And what does echo do? It will just give you the same thing what you give to the bot or what you write to the bot. Caps, that he has also declared a help function, and in which you can see like what functionalities does the bot have. And the caps will do, it will convert the message to all caps. Echo the message back to you, it will give you the same message. /start, it will start the bot, and /help to get help. And now unknown, if there is something you ask out of these things, it will just say sorry. Okay, I will let you guys understand this code also, but first we'll see whether it's working or not. So for that we have pasted it here. Now we'll paste our API token again. So I pasted it here. Now first we will close this terminal and get a new terminal and then run the program. I will get back to the port father, and this is our port. So we'll just write /start, and it says hello, I am your bot. Now we'll say hi to the bot. So okay, it's not responding. Okay, we'll just close the terminal, and we have pasted the keys also. Okay, run it again. Now we'll see whether it's working or not. Start. Hi. So the code is not working. And just see the code again. Okay, here we don't have any response to hi or hello. So what we'll do, we'll use the help, and to call the help, what we have /help. So these are the commands for what it will respond. So we'll use /help. Okay, now you can see that /start to start the bot, that we have done, help, and echo the message back to you. So we'll write hi, don't write back, so we'll write /echo hi. Then he has given us the output, that is hi. So we can write /echo how are you. So it has given you back. And same, we have /caps. So we'll write /caps, and we'll write something in small caps, that would be greatly built. Okay, now you can see it has returned in caps. So you can add some more functionality to it, and before that I will get you guys understood the code. So now we'll see what does this code do. So first we have imported the necessary modules, that is the classes from the Python Telegram bot library that will need to create our bot. So Telegram contains the main bot class, while updater, command handler, message handler, and filters are classes that we use to handle incoming updates and messages from Telegram. Okay, now these are like we have created an instance of the bot class that is using our Telegram bot API token, as well as an updater instance that will continuously fetch new updates from Telegram and pass them to the appropriate handlers. And we have used context equal to true that tells the updater to use the new context-based API introduced in version 12 of the Python Telegram bot library. And we also used a dispatcher object that will handle incoming updates. After that, we have created a start function and passed update and context. So we have defined a function that will handle the start command, and the update parameter contains information about the incoming update from Telegram, while the context parameter contains some useful methods and objects that we can use to interact with the Telegram API. In this case, we have used context.port.send_message to send a message to the chat with the ID specified by update.effective_chat.id. And after that, we have created a help function. So we use a multi-line string to define the help message, which contains a list of available commands. And then we have used the context.board.send_message to send the help message to the chat. And after that, we have the echo function. So we use context.arguments to get the message sent by the user after the /echo command. So to use this, we have to use the /echo, and after that we have to write the message, and then use join to join the message back together to a single string. We then have used the context.board.send_message to send the message back to the chat. Then we have caps. So this function defines that will handle the caps command, and we have again used the context.arguments to get the message sent by the user after the /caps command. And then we have used the upper function to convert the message to all caps. And then we have used the context.board.send_message to send the message back to the chat. Then we have unknown function. That is, this function defines that will handle any command that the bot doesn't recognize. So we have used context.bot.send. So it will just say sorry. Okay. So these are the start handler, help handler, echo handler, and caps handler. So these are the commands, and we have added the add handler. And to start the bot, we have used update.start_polling. So this is how we have created the bot with the help of Python and ChatGPT. So we are done with the project. You can add more functionalities also to the bot. You can just ask ChatGPT to get more functionalities, to play music in the Telegram bot, or you could just ask him how to send messages to a particular user by the bot only. And you could also send media files, ask the media files from the bot, and you can train a fully bot by the help of ChatGPT, and this is called ChatGPT scripting. So with the help of ChatGPT, you can just ask him and he will guide you with all the code and processes. You just have to make them in a sequence and use them to full of your use. So for that, first we'll open the command prompt and run the file main. For that, we'll write the command go run main.go. So this is the file that is written in the Go language, and we're gonna run with the command go run main.go. For that, you need to have Golang installed on your system. So I will guide you with all the process, but currently we are seeing the demo. So here, this command will generate a QR code that will scan with the device which we want to integrate the ChatGPT on. So we'll wait for the file to get executed, and after this we will execute the server.py file, and that will open the ChatGPT on the Firefox browser. You can also use other browsers, that is Chromium and other if you want, but we'll use Firefox to skip the one-step verification that ChatGPT asks us whether if we are a bot or a human. So we'll run the file again as there was some error. So this time, yeah, it ran perfectly. Now we'll take the device and open WhatsApp on it, in which we want to integrate the ChatGPT. So I'm using one device to just capture this QR code. So this is the device, and you can see that my device has captured this QR code, and you can see here that WhatsApp me MEOW, it has been activated. So now we'll run another file, that is server.py file, and that is the Python file. For that, we'll open the command prompt again, and that would be another command prompt. And to run that file, we'll write the command python server.py. And you can see in the Firefox browser, ChatGPT has opened, and I have logged in already, so it didn't ask me to log in again. Now we'll take another device and we'll message on the mobile device which has been integrated with the ChatGPT. So from this device, I will write hi, and you can see on the screen that ChatGPT replies, "Hello, how can I assist you today?" And the same you could see on the WhatsApp chat. So today we will ask ChatGPT, what is the capital of India? So you can see that the ChatGPT is typing the capital of India is New Delhi, and it has been responded to our mobile device. So this is how we can integrate ChatGPT on our WhatsApp. And this would be the simple tutorial. In this, you don't need to code any. There would be another tutorial if you know what's behind the code or what behind the integration part. So you could watch that video and know how we have integrated. But in this tutorial, I will guide you with how to download the files and how to run the files and how you can integrate ChatGPT on your device. To start integrating ChatGPT on our device, so for that, first you have to download this repository, and it contains some files, and I will upload some more files here. You just have to download it, download the zip file, and after downloading it, you just need to extract it in a folder. So we'll extract in C drive in Python projects. Mainly we create the folder here only. So here we'll create a folder. Okay, integrate ChatGPT in WhatsApp main, or right, integrate ChatGPT. That's it. So inside this folder, we'll extract the files, and I think it's been done. So we'll just visit C drive, Python projects, and inside it we have integrate ChatGPT, and we have these two files. So to run these two files, what you need is you need Python installed on your system and Golang installed on your system. So I hope you guys know how to install Python and Golang. If you don't, I will just give you a quick tutorial. So to download the Python, you just need to visit the python.org website and move to the download section, and you will see the download the latest version for Windows. You just need to click that, and the download will start for you. The package has been downloaded. So I will provide you the link on how to download the Python in the description box, and also the link for the GitHub repository. So you don't have to search it anywhere. Also, you can search it on the browser. Just write integrate ChatGPT in WhatsApp and Abhisar Ahuja. You will get the GitHub link, and just write GitHub also in the search bar. You will just redirect it to this. And now you have downloaded the Python. So just open the exe file and start with the installation. So you can choose add python.exe to path. You can choose that and customize installation and just tick on the Python test suite, and the next you can add the Python to environment variables. So you have to tick both these options and then you will click on the install. As I have already installed it, so I won't need to install it again. You just need to click on the install button and here you will get the Python installed. Okay. And the other thing you need is Go language. So to download it, you have to go you have to go to its official website and go to the download section. And here you will see the Microsoft Windows. As I am working on the Windows operating system, so I will download for the Windows. I've already downloaded and installed it. So you guys can download it and I will show you. Like, this is simple how to install Golang. You don't need to add anything. So it's been downloaded. Okay, to guide through the installation. Okay, so we are just waiting for the setup to be initialized so that we can install it. Now you can see the next button is available. Just click on that and a previous version of Go programming is currently installed. Yes, you can see that it's already installed. So you don't need to do anything in installing the Go language. Just click on install and it would be installed for you. So I won't be installing it again as I already installed on my device. So moving on, now what we'll do, first we'll run the server.py file. So for that, we will go to the folder where we have extracted our files, and here we'll open the command prompt and run the file server.py. So to run a Python file, we have to write the command python and then the name of the file, that is server, and its extension, that is py. So we have initiated that. Okay, Firefox is already running as we have not closed what we have opened for the demo. I think it's an error. I will again run the command prompt. I will just close the previous command prompts. Yeah, I have closed them. Now I will open the new one and you should open the command prompt, the new command prompt, after installing the Python and the Go language. I will also assist you in installing the GCC compiler because you would be needing that for Go language. So first we'll run the server file. So you could see that by running the python server.py file, you could see that the ChatGPT has opened up in the Firefox browser. So I will show you the code, what we need for that. You need to install the Flask, System OS modules, Playwright module, and here in the 16th line, you could see that we have used Firefox. You could use Chromium for Chrome, but the case is you need to do the one-step verification. That is the captcha thing for like initializing the ChatGPT. But we don't need that, so we are using the Firefox. So you should have Firefox on your system. Now what I want you to do is just install these modules, as if these modules would not be installed on your system, it would show an error. It would give you an error in the command prompt only, as I have already installed them, so it's not giving me any error. So I will tell you the commands to install them. So to install Flask, you can just write py space Flask in any browser and it will direct to the website. So you could open the first link, that would be pypi.org, and this is the command pip install Flask. So you can just copy that and open your command prompt. First we'll quit it, Control C, and now you could see that we are in the folder integrate ChatGPT, and here you could paste this command and press enter. it states that the requirement is already satisfied, as I have already installed these modules, and the other module you need is playwright. So just copy the command, go to your command prompt and paste this command and press enter. It would be installed for you. And another module you need is virtual environment. So just copy this and paste in your command prompt. And another module you need is the OS module. OS SYS system, and we'll open the PY that is the official website, the pip command website, and you just copy the command, go to your command prompt, paste the command and press enter, and this module would also be installed for you guys. And now you have installed the Go language, the Python language, and the modules you need to run the server.py file. Now what you need to do is run the Go file. But before running the Golang file, what you need is GCC compiler. So to download it, I will provide you the link for the GCC, or you could just see here. I'll provide you the link in the description box below. You could just click on that. You would be redirected to this page. Just click on this release that was 24th May. And what you need to download is this 64 plus 32-bit. Just download it. And as it gets downloaded, just open it and click on the create button, and after that the second option, then next, and the directory you want to install in. As I already installed this, I will choose the C directory only. In C, I would install in Python projects. Okay. Okay, didn't took the folder in C. Oh, sorry, cancel it. In Python projects, and in the same folder that was integrate ChatGPT. Okay, so I'll click on next. There is no time to install it. Yes, I want to install here, and when you click on install, it would get installed for you guys. I've already installed it and the process started, so it will get installed again. So now what you have to do is you have got all the requirements to integrate the ChatGPT on WhatsApp. That is all the modules for the server.py file and the main.go file. For that you have installed the Go language and the GCC compiler. So you could run both the files, and for that we will close the command prompts and open the new command prompts. And this is a folder, so we will open one command prompt here, sorry, and we have to open different command prompts for both the files, for the Golang file and the Python file. Okay, so we will open the command prompt here, and now to run the Golang file we need to write the command go space run space the name of the file and the extension, that is main.go, and we have executed the file, and this file will provide us with a QR code, and we'll scan this QR code from our first device in which we want to integrate the ChatGPT. And before that we will run our another file, that is server.py file, and for that we'll open another command prompt and to run this command, to run this file, we'll write the command python space the name of the file, that is server, and the extension .py. So we'll see whether a QR code is generated or not, and I can see that it's been linked to the previous device, as we have done in the demo, so we haven't logged it out. So I will check with the device. Yeah, it's been active. So I will just log out from that device and run it again. Or I will open another command prompt to run the Golang file again. So to run it, we'll open the command prompt and write the command cmd for that, and here we'll write the command to run the go file. And we have done that. And if we see the server.py file, yeah, it has been perfectly executed, but we are not able to. Yeah, our ChatGPT is running fine. Now what we have to do is use our first device to scan this QR code so that ChatGPT gets linked to our first device, and then we'll use another device to chat with the ChatGPT. So now we have opened our first device and open the WhatsApp and click on the link devices, and here we will scan this QR code, and you can see that it's logging in. Now it's logged in, and now from the another device we'll ask a query to ChatGPT, and we'll ask ChatGPT to write a code to add two integers, and that too in Python. So we just misspelled Python, but we hope that our ChatGPT understood that. So here we can see that the ChatGPT code the command, and it has run a good example. So here's an example code to add two integers in Python. So you can see that ChatGPT has been integrated, and we'll see its response. Yeah, we got the response, and now we'll ask another question, and that would be, what is the currency of United States? Let's see what it responds. The currency of United States is the United States dollar. It is the most commonly used currency in international transaction and is the world's primary reserve currency. So we can see that till it writes all the lines or sentences, it's been executed on the browser, and after it completes or it stops generating the answer, it sends it to the WhatsApp chat. So here we are done with the project. Now you guys have understood how to integrate ChatGPT with WhatsApp, and what you have done is we have downloaded the repository, and we have to extract all the files that are present in the repository. I will update all the files. You just have to extract them into a folder and then run the main.go file and the server.py file. And before executing these files, you need to have Golang and Python installed on your system. And for the Python, you need some modules that we have seen. That is the Playwright module, the Flask module, the OS system module, and the virtual environment module. So we have seen how to install them. And when you will just execute the file on the command prompt, you would get errors if these files or modules are not installed on your system. And for Golang, we have installed the GCC compiler. And after installing all these requirements, then you have to just run both the files, and when you run the Golang file, you will get the QR code. Just scan it with your device on which you want to integrate the ChatGPT. And after that, from any device, you can just message on that number on which you have integrated the ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT would answer all your queries. We are gonna automate WhatsApp using Python by PivotKit library and with the help of ChatGPT. And before starting, I have a quiz question for you guys. And your question is, how much did Meta, that is formerly Facebook, spend to acquire WhatsApp in 2014? And your options are, your first option is $10 billion, second option is $19 billion, third option is $20 billion, and the fourth option is $21 billion. Please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought and answer in the comment section. So moving on, now we'll move to create a project. So first we will create a folder for a project, and for that we will create a folder in Python projects. And we'll name it as automate WhatsApp using ChatGPT. Okay, and inside this we'll open the command prompt and open our IDE. That is, we want to automate the WhatsApp using Python and with the help of ChatGPT. We won't write the code on our own. We will ask ChatGPT to automate it. We will create the file and name it as main.py. And now we'll move to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to write a code to send messages through WhatsApp using Python and the PivotKit library. So we'll give a command, send message through WhatsApp using Python and PivotKit. Let's see what ChatGPT responds to us. And we have also created the automate WhatsApp using Python video. I will just link in the I button. You can check that out and we'll see what ChatGPT tells us. Okay, so country code, message, minutes. Yeah, it could work. And first you need to install the PivotKit library by running pip install PivotKit in your terminal or command prompt. Okay, replace target phone number with the target phone number you want to send the message to, country code with the country code of the target phone number, message with the message you want to send, hour with the hour in 24-hour format and you want to send message, and minute with the minute you want to send the message. Okay, for example, yeah. Okay, got it. So we'll copy this code and paste in our IDE. But before that, first you need to install the PivotKit library, and for that you can go to the command prompt and write the command pip space install space PivotKit and press enter. It states that the requirement is already satisfied as I've already installed this module, and you can install it by writing the simple command and you will get it installed. And if you face any error in installing it, just comment down and we would be very happy to resolve your queries. Okay, so as ChatGPT states, we will just enter the things it wants from us. So it's asking the target phone number and the country code without plus sign. Okay, so here we'll just write all the things, but as you can see, it has also given us an example to see and work on the code. So here we'll just clear it. I will write the phone number to whom I want to send the message. So it would be, and I would just blur this number so you guys won't be able to see. Okay, and here we'll just add the country code, and that is without plus sign. Okay, so my country code is, you can search it, that is I live in India, and the message I want to send to him is hello, how are you? And now we'll set the hour and minute. So the current time is 15:14. So we'll set 16. Okay, we'll save this and run it. So it says that the country code is missing. So we'll just copy the error and give it to ChatGPT, as we are taking the help of ChatGPT in this video. So he has given us the code, so we'll just provide the error to him. Let's see what it states. If it's not able to resolve this, then we will resolve it. Indicate the country code present in the phone number you're trying to send. Okay, yes, and the country code is 91. To send the message correctly, you need to make sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have mentioned in the question provided, the provided phone number is this and the country code is 91. Okay, you need to make sure that the country code is prefixed to the phone number like this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay, we don't have to make it a string. Yeah, now we'll run it again. Okay, it's a string only. So I will write the phone number again. It is 1, 5, 3, 6. Okay, now we'll see. And what I will do, I will write the country code here. We'll save this, and the time is 15:17 now. So we'll just turn it to 15:18. Save this and run it. So our code has been executed successfully. That is, in 20 seconds WhatsApp will open, and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. So we just have to see that we have entered the time as 15:18. Is the seconds available for the code to get executed? Yeah, it has opened the WhatsApp. It will take time, as my WhatsApp has loads of chats and contacts. Yeah, I have to scan it. Don't think it would be able, as we have reached the 1518. Yeah, I've scanned it. Let's see if it will deliver the message or not. Else we have to change the time. So we just have to wait for 15 seconds. Let's see. Okay. Just stop the terminal and run it again for 1521. So we'll save this and run it again. So it states that in 85 seconds WhatsApp will open and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. So we'll get fast forwarded here. So we are still waiting. Let's see when it will open the WhatsApp. Okay, it states that the phone number shared via URL is invalid. Okay, I'll just check the phone number again. Okay, I entered the wrong phone number. Sorry, guys. So I will just update the time again, and it would be 1522. We'll make it fast. We'll run this. Okay, it says that the call time must be greater than. So we'll write 1523. Save it. We will make the time as 1527. Save it and run it. Okay, it states that in 40 seconds WhatsApp will open and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. It has opened the WhatsApp. And it has started the chat. Okay, it has written the, and we have sent it to hello, how are you? That's good.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on prompt library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The prompt library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide moreover to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you are going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. And for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine-tuned.
Sora is here. OpenAI has introduced Sora, an advanced AI tool for creating videos, now available at Sora.com. Earlier this year, Sora was launched to turn text into realistic videos, showcasing exciting progress in AI technology. Now, OpenAI has released Sora Turbo, a faster and more powerful version available to ChatGPT Plus and Pro users. Sora lets users create videos in 1080p quality up to 20 seconds long and in different formats like widescreen, vertical, or square. It includes tools like a storyboard for precise control and options to remix or create videos from scratch. There is also a community section with featured and recent videos to spark ideas. ChatGPT Plus users can make up to 50 videos per month at 480p resolution, while Pro users get access to more features like higher resolution and longer video duration. While Sora Turbo is much faster, OpenAI is still working to improve areas like handling complex action and making the technology more affordable. To ensure safe and ethical use, Sora includes features like visible watermarks, content moderation, and metadata to identify videos created with Sora. Sora makes it easier for people to create and share stories through video. OpenAI is excited to see how users will explore new creative possibilities with the powerful tool. So welcome to the demo part of the Sora. So this is the landing page when you will log in. in Sora. So let me tell you, I have the ChatGPT Plus version, not the Pro version. So I have some 721 credits left. Okay, later on I will tell you what are the credits. Okay, so let's explore something here. So these are some recent videos which I have created or tested, you can say, and this featured version is all the users of Sora which are creating videos. So it's coming under featured, so we can learn or we can generate some new ideas like this. Okay, like this parrot and all. Like this is very cool for learning, and these are some of the saved version, and these are all videos and uploads like this. So let's come into the credit parts. Okay, so you can see I have 721 credit left. So if you will go this help openai.com page, and this page you can see what are the credits. So credits are used to generate videos with Sora. Okay, so if you will create 480p square 5-second video, it will take only 20 credits. Okay, for 10 it will take 40, then this. Okay, for 480p this much credit, 25 credit, 50 credit, like this. 720 is different, 1080p different. Okay, so here it is written, please note that requesting multiple variation at once will be charged at the same rate as running two separate generation requests. Okay, so here this plus icon you can see. So here you can upload the image or video. Okay, so you can also do like this, you can upload the image and you can create that video from that image. Okay, and this is choose from library, your personal library, this library, right? And this option is for the variation. Okay, like these are basically presets like balloon world, stop motion, archive world, film noir, or cardboard, and the paper. Okay, so this is the resolution. Okay, 480p, this is the fastest in video generation. Okay, 720p will take like 4x slower, and 1080p 8x slower. I guess 1080p is only available in ChatGPT's Pro version. Got it? Okay, so we are just doing. I'm just showing you demo, so I will choose this fastest version only. Okay, so this is the time duration, how long you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 and 20 seconds is available in Pro version, okay, of ChatGPT. And this is how much versions you want to take. I will select only 2. Okay, because it will again charge more credits to you. Okay, and these credits are monthly basis, I guess. Okay, these credits are monthly basis. Okay, see again, recut, remix, blend, loop to create content. This will take again more credits. Okay, see here, ChatGPT Plus, up to 50 priority videos, 1000 credits. Okay, per month, I guess. Yeah, per month. Up to 720p resolution and the 5-second duration. And ChatGPT Pro, up to 500 priority videos, 10,000 credits, unlimited relax videos, up to 1080p resolution, 20-second duration, download without watermark. Here you can download with watermark, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. About everything, okay, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT Pro is $200 per month. So, yeah, it's expensive, right? So yes, let's do something creative. So okay, I will write here. Okay, polar bear enjoying on the Sahara desert. Okay, Sahara desert. Yeah. Okay, you can do a storyboard as well, or you can create directly videos. Okay, so let me show you the storyboard first. Yeah, so frame by frame you can give different what to say, prompt. Okay, here you can give different prompt. Okay, polar bear with family. Okay, playing with sand, like this. Okay, and later on it will create a whole the video. Okay, third, you can describe again, you can add image like this. Okay, this is a story created by the ChatGPT. Okay, let's create. Okay, add it to the queue. Okay, it's very fast actually. Almost done. Yeah, see, with family You can see playing with the sand. Okay, so these are the two variation. Okay, you can choose either this or either that one or either that one. Okay, I'm feeling this much as, yeah. So here you can again edit your story, recut, you can trim or extend this video in a new storyboard. Okay, so basically record features allow you to creators to pinpoint and isolate the most impactful frame in a video, extending them in either direction to build out of like complete scene. Okay, if we choose recut, okay, this thing, fine. Then remix. What remix do is like the remix features allows user to reimagine existing videos by altering their components without losing that essence of the originality, you can say. Okay, you want to add or remove certain things. Okay, what if I want to remove that this polar bear or like this. Okay, or you can say we can change colors, or we can some tweak visual elements. And this blend, so this blend feature allows you to combine with different video. If I want to upload some videos, it will blend both the video, this video particular with that video which I will upload. Okay, right. And the last loop, by the name, loop features feature make it easy to create seamless repetition of the video. Okay, this is one option is ideal for background visuals, music videos like this. Okay, so this is how you can create video in 2 minutes, I can say, just by giving prompt. Okay, this one is favorite, you can save it for the favorite. And this you can sharing options are there, copy link or this unpublished, and you can download. See, I told you without watermark is available in only pro version. So I have this with watermark, you can download. See, download a video in just a click, or you can download as a GIF as well, right? And add to a folder. Okay, fine, this is the notification activity, right? So let's create one. Okay, monkey with family driving car on the space. Yeah, so okay, I will choose this time 16:9. Let it takes more credit of mine, it's okay. Yeah, add it to the queue. If you'll go to favorites, it will come this one because I chose it. Okay, and if you will ask how this Sora is working, so it's like text to image generative AI models such as like DALE 3, Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney. So Sora is a diffusion model. That means that it starts with each frame of the video consisting of this static noise. See, oh, it's cartoonish, but yeah. See, if you want Lamborghini, you can add that I want Lamborghini or Tesla, whatever. So this is how you can generate videos with Sora, in a quick 2 minutes. Okay.
Welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will create a website using ChatGPT. Till now, we all have heard about ChatGPT so many times. So today's video, we will create a website with the help of ChatGPT, and we will not add a single line of code on our own. We'll ask ChatGPT to do all the work, and then let's see whether it can create a website independently. So let's begin. But before that, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will get all the updates from Simplilearn. Now let's open the ChatGPT and check. Let's refresh this. I have already opened my ChatGPT. You can just log in it and then you are good to go. So let's say hello and see. So it's working completely fine right now. Okay. So what will we do today is we'll open our Visual Studio Code. I have created one folder which is Tailwind. It's an empty folder. You can just see that. So in that folder, we'll add the Tailwind. So first, let's ask the ChatGPT to help us install or set up the Tailwind. So I'll write, please set up the tailwind. Let's see. Okay. It's asking us to install Node.js first, and then it's asking us to check the version of that. Okay. It's saying to install these new ProFixer JavaScript module to add these component in the CSS file. So this is saying to add this in the CSS file. Okay. So let's check whether it is telling us something useful or not. Post class auto prefixer. Okay. Now simultaneously let's check the Tailwind website. How to install this. So here it's saying to install this command, npm install d tailwind css, and then in that project, then it's saying to configure the template path to add this to your tailwind configure.file. Then it's saying to create a folder input.css and then just start the process. So as of now, ChatGPT has not given us the correct answer. It's correct, but not up to the mark. As you can clearly see, the commands that are given on the tailwind.css official website. So according to me, many people think that because of ChatGPT, so many jobs of the developers are in the risk because ChatGPT can create websites, all of this stuff. So I don't think so. According to me, it's not that good. It's very good for the helping any developer purpose, but it's not that good. But let's see. We are in this together. So let's just open the Visual Studio Code and install our Tailwind. Now we'll ask it to create so many other things. So let's see whether it can create that or not. So I have opened my terminal. So many people also comment us that how you open the terminal. So I just used one shortcut, Control plus backtick, to open the terminal. You can also go here and create one terminal. Okay. Now I'll paste the line to install Tailwind CSS in my system. So let's wait a couple of minutes. As you can see, it's installed in our system. All the packages and modules are installed. Now it will tell us to init this project. So let's do that. Okay. It has successfully created the configure file. Now inside the content, we'll copy paste this one as it is saying to add these line. Configure your template path, add the path to all your template file in the file. Okay. So let's just copy this thing and paste in the content. Now let's save it. Okay. So now next step is add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. Now what will we do here is let's go back to Visual Studio Code and create a folder inside this that src. Okay. Inside this src we'll create a file input.css. Here we'll paste the code. Okay, we haven't copied that code all yet. So let's copy. Let's paste it here. It's done. Okay. So I don't think so again that this can replace the developers, because this is not the correct way to tell. Although it has given us all the steps, but any developer can do the task in a very short period of time. It can just help any developer, but not take the job of the developer. Okay, so let's move ahead, and step would be to go back. Next step to build the process. Let's copy this one and start the Tailwind CLI build process. Okay, let's copy and paste it here. Right, as you can see, it's done in 273 milliseconds. The output.css is generated in this list file folder. Right, now we just have to use this file, output.css. Okay, let's see. Now let's create a file here and name it as index.html. Okay, and inside that I'll write my boiler code, just pressing Shift and 1 for the exclamation mark, and then the boiler code is done. So we can change the name of this, and let's write here as site using ChatGPT. Okay. Now, one main thing that I wanted to tell you, that I have installed one extension in my system, which is the live server. This extension you can download, and this is very helpful. Okay, let's open this one. Now what we'll do is we'll link the output.css file in our html.css. So for that I'll write here link. Okay, and inside this string I will refer, or you can just write link and then click and then write here style sheet. Okay, this one we need to cut. What we'll do is we'll give the path of the output.css. For that we'll write dot slash list slash output.css. It's just showing out. Okay, we'll close this link tag and let's save it, and let's just right click, and here you'll see open with live server when you will install the extension live server. So let's open this one. So this is working completely fine. It's showing us the title website using ChatGPT. Okay, for something I'll write here welcome to Simplilearn, and then let's save it, and you'll see it's showing welcome to Simplilearn. Okay, now the next step would be to create. Now let's open our ChatGPT, and here we'll write create a responsive header using Tailwind. Let's first copy this one. In there, let's use it. Okay, so let's see whether it can give us a right answer this time. It can. Let's see. Okay, It's giving us the code now for the header. Okay. So it is showing us in the above code, we use Tailwind CSS classes to style the header. We set the background color to gray. This one is the property of gray color. And then the text color would be a white color in that nav bar. Inside the header, we have a nav element with the flex and justify between. Okay. Classes to horizontal center. The element space them out evenly. Okay, fine. We also use px4 and py3 to add padding to the navigation bar. Cool. For the mobile menu, we used a button with the empty hidden class to hide it on. Okay, let's see the code now. Okay, now let's copy this HTML file. Let it write everything. So here, we don't need this one. So let's delete this and let's here write header and let's comment it down. This, okay, let's paste the code and check whether it's. Let's save it and let's go back to our file. So this is what ChatGPT created for us. It's looking very good actually. So let's inspect it and let's see is it responsive or not. So this is completely responsive, guys. Okay, very good. Yeah. So this is really very good. Okay. On Surface Duo S20 Ultra, this is what will show on the mobiles. Okay. Now we'll go back to the ChatGPT and let's close this one and stop generating and let's here write create a section using Tailwind CSS. Now let's see something went wrong. Okay. Let's see. Let's first copy this one and refresh this. And let's see how it will create the hero section using Tailwind CSS. So it has created this navbar really very good. I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's really very looking very good. It's simple and you can add these to another pages just using the anchor tag. Here we can just give the path. So I'll show you www.simplilearn.com. So this one is okay. So whenever I click on this one, it will redirect us to the Simplilearn, but the URL is wrong. So we can just go back to simplilearn.com and let's copy the and let's go back to code and let's here write the URL. Okay, save it and let's see. Yeah, this is how this works. Let's close this one. Okay, now let's see what is the code. Okay, let's copy this code and let's see how this is working. So it is also giving us the complete code, how it's working, how this step is working and all. As you can see, it's giving us the max W width 7:1. Utility sets as max width for the container add to 7XL, which is 112 RAM or 1792 pixels. It's giving us all the explanation for the code it has written for us. So let's check it, and after the header I'll paste that code and let's save it and see. Okay, this is really very good, guys. Yeah, I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's looking very good. So till if I am a developer, so if I had to write this much of code, it'll take me around 2-3 hours at least. But with the help of ChatGPT, it only created in 5-10 minutes. This is very good, actually. Now let's open the ChatGPT again, and here we'll create a information section. Okay, let's information section using tailwind. Let's see now. Till now, it's working really very good. Now it is writing a code for us. So as you can see, it's again very good. Now let's copy this one and paste it under this. Save it and let's check. So this is the information section this has created for us. Right? Important information, location, office hours, contact us, and all. Right? We can also regenerate it for something else. Okay? Now it will create something else for us. Right? If we don't like something, we can just regenerate and create another one. So it's just, let's copy this one. Now it's telling us everything about the code. And here, after that, I'll write this and save it. Let's check what's this. Okay, this is the information section it has created for us, that this is something chain data. And if you don't like this one also, you can again regenerate the response. This is really an amazing feature of ChatGPT. Okay, so now it's creating the third option. We can countlessly ask him to create again and again for us the response. Let's copy this one. Okay, and let's remove all of it because it's looking very clumsy. Now let's see. Okay, this information section is information section. Welcome to our website. This is what it's written. Okay, now let's ask him to create something else. Okay, let's copy this text, create informative and paste it using Tailwind with one image. I'll check whether it can respond to my things. If I want to create one image on the left or right side and then the text on the other side, let's see whether it can create it for us or not. Okay, create informative section using ChatGPT with one image on the right side and the text on the left side. Now let's see whether it can create that or not for us. Right? Just a simple command. So we'll check whether it can create or add the image. Okay, it's using the classes for the text, but okay, it took the image class also. and it's taking the source from an API called Unsplash. I have covered this Unsplash API on my previous videos. Okay. Now let's copy this and paste it on our code. Let's delete this one and paste this one on the website. Okay. So the image is quite large. We can reduce the sizes, but in the starting only I have told you I will not add anything in the code. So I'm not doing anything in the code, right? So we can change the size. It's really good, as I have told him to add the image on the right side and the text on the left side. It's doing the same for the user. So this is really very helpful for the developer, but as I have already told you, cannot replace the developers, because I'm the developer. I only knows how to do things, as I have showed you that it has given me so many wrong answers before this one. This has given me 3 answers, but it was not up to the mark. So I had to told him that to create like this image on the right, and I've explained it to ChatGPT. Then it created this one for us. Okay, and whenever I'll refresh this page, the image will get changed. This is the Unsplash API. How this works. Okay, we can change the images also. This is random. Just right here. Coding. Okay. Now you will see the images that will come here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, let's check it. That's not taking any other name. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but let's not waste time on this. Random is also fine. Till now, it's looking really very good. Okay. Now, the next step would be to add the service section. Okay. So let's ask ChatGPT to create service section for us. Okay. Using now let's see. It's coming. Okay. Choosing the class for the size of the box and all. Really very good. So look how beautifully it has been created, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It's done. Now let's copy the code and go to our editor. And here we'll write this code and let's paste it. And let's check. Okay. So it's not aligned straight, but we can align it. So it's showing us that the services that this website is providing, what we offer, and this is some junk data, web design, web marketing, and all. So let's check whether it is. Yeah. Okay. So what this one is doing here is it's using only 3 classes. It is using and the center. These all are using the same class, but let's find out why the image is coming like that. Right? We can align it. If you guys want me to align this, we can align this, right? Okay. So let's just align one It's just one line. Okay, we can align that. So let's dig deep into this code. Okay. This image classes, okay, this image is using the same justify center, and then it's using the flex shrink function. It's rounded large, okay, with the width 56. Let's make it 50 and check. Completely very big. Okay, let's go back to the code. Let's decrease the size of this first. Change. Okay. Let's go back to the ChatGPT and again we generate the new response. And let's see how the second response is looking. Right? Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Okay, let's see the response that it is creating. We need a minimalist design. Okay, I was just observing the code and seeing how it's looking. We can also change the color of the customize this website on our own, but it's really very good. I'm really impressed with this. This really will help developers creating websites. Okay. Let's go back to still creating. After that, we'll create the about section for the page. Okay. Okay. It's again giving us that design and all part. Great. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this service section and this is my requirement and all, it will definitely create that, I guess now. I'm impressed, really impressed with the code, clean code it's writing. And it's also responsive. I haven't told it to create the responsive code, but it's really very good. It's responsive. I'll show you. Inspect. I was just seeing that only, whether it is responsive or not. If you will see, okay, let me just cut this part. It's just okay. Yeah. So this is how we'll check the responsive tag, and let's see that these three home about contacts are vanished, and this is the header bar that we created, and then the up one is the nav bar. This is the information section, and services section is also there. So this is all responsive. Okay. So we'll check how it's looking on Samsung Galaxy S20. This is how it's looking. Really good. Yeah. Let's move on to the code. Copy this code and coming back to the code editor. Let's delete this section. Okay. Now let's paste it and see. Okay. It's giving us an error. Okay. This is what it created for us. It's, I guess, little less or it was already writing the code and I stopped. It's fine, it's not its mistake. Let's stop and regenerate the response. Let's copy this again. Coming back to the chat. It's not working. Let's refresh ChatGPT again. Service section. Let's see. It's really fast now. Okay. Let's observe this one first. Our services, what we offer, web design. There must some lines about digital marketing, and I'm thinking there is also one part which I cut down. Not ChatGPT's mistake, it was mine because I stopped generating the response. Okay, really good. Let's copy this text now and paste it under our. And let's delete this and paste it. Let's check it this time. So this is how this one is looking now. This is also really looking very good. We can decrease the size of this image. Do not worry about that. This is the service, our services, and some chunk data. Here we can write this website is providing this and that. Okay, service one, that we provide this service, we provide this service, and we provide this service. Okay, this is all about that. Right, really very good. Really very good. It's really very good. Okay, we can change everything from it, customize it on our needs thing. Let's just go back. Okay, this one is looking good. Okay, now let's ask ChatGPT to create the about page for us. So we'll write create So I think meanwhile it's writing the code for us. I wanted to tell you that ChatGPT is great for everyone, but as I know the code, how this code is working, I know what is section, what is dev class, and what are the functions in this grid system that's using max width. It's using the Excel function. I know everything about it. And if you are a fresher or you don't know about anything about the coding, I think you should first know about the language or the framework, then only ask this to ChatGPT or take help from the ChatGPT, right? If you don't know about the language or the framework and you'll just tell ChatGPT to create this and this for us, it's easy, it will create for you, but it will not help you in your future. So according to me, just use it to learn, not to work. Okay, so let's move ahead, and the path is given. Okay, it was again managed. Oh, let's ask it again. Responsive about section using Tailwind. Okay, I just missed it, but it is very intelligent. I misspelled the Tailwind spelling and then it corrected it. Very good. So this is not the complete code for the about page. I'll ask it to Let's see whether it will take this command or not. Right, great. So let's see. After this about section, we'll create this contact page and then we'll find this website, right? So this is really very helpful for the developers, I must say. So let's copy this and code and paste it under this section. Okay. So this is how the about page is looking. Really very good. The image size is 500 into 500. It's really very big. So we can change the size of the image. Let's see. There is that. Right, 250. And the image will not come again. Okay. Let's just delete the source. Copy the unsplash API for the random image. Right. That command is really very useful. Okay, I forgot where to add that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is how this about is looking. Really very good, guys. Really very good. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this on the right side or this image I want on the left hand side or right hand side, it will definitely do for us. As I have given him the task in this section, information section, it definitely worked. So I must say it's really very good. So now let's move on to the contact page. Okay. Let's here write create a responsive contact section using Tailwind, and I'll ask him to add some sections for us. So let's see whether it can take up that or not. Okay, let's give it in a second shot. Let's first see how is the contact section is looking. Then we'll tell him to improvise that. So it's just taking a section class. Inside that section class, it's using some classes, which is flex, wrap, and all, and it's giving us. It's really good. Let's copy this text again and paste it here. So the contact us is also looking very good. Get in touch, and then it will redirect us to that. Really good. Really. The images sizes are large, but we can reduce it. It's not a big deal, but it's all looking very good, right? So one thing is left is the footer part. Let's ask it to create a footer for us now. This is the last and final step for this. Create the footer section using and this is really very good, looking very good. Let's add the splash and then use it here. Okay. So this is how it's looking now. So overall, if I see, it really given us a good output, really. So I will say ChatGPT can only help us. That's it. As this code that is created by ChatGPT for us, we can't use it directly. This structure that ChatGPT created for us is good, but we need to add so many things before deploying it, right? If I'll see this one, we need to add this services in the center, and we need to arrange the text, and the services we need to change the size of the services if the client wants it horizontally, then we have to change that. We need to change this image size. As in front of you, I change this image sizes. I use the different APIs. So overall it's very good, but there is so many things that we have to do. Okay, and for that developers are needed.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay, so suppose I want to add this product. Okay, this is a lamp, and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID, and say let us take some demo mail ID, and here is some password, and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay, now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put, like, you can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123, and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now, let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here, and it's been logged in. So now you can see, if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there's a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this you can also search the given product. Suppose say I want a grade lamp, or say chick chair. Okay, if I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here, so the company name is Sora. Okay, so you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay, so where the search button is coming up, and you can say all these companies are there, and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay, so this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of, or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now, the next thing what I have to tell the GPT, that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's the shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app. And also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app. Okay, and then, so guys, for this I will have an assets folder. Okay, then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components. Okay, so let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating the React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Veed, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this, click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celebrity, Solids, or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay, just click on this, and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here, and you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder, navigate to this, and next type npm install, and finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. So whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one, okay. So you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this. Okay, so we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page, okay. So like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this, okay. So take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this, okay. So say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt, something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first, it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay. So now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay. So you can see in your package.json file. So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it. Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks. Then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next? You can copy all these things, okay? So since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal, and just type this, and you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the dev dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video, and you can install it. And also for the dev dependencies, similarly you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the dev dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they're going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx, okay, all over here. And in similarly, just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, And also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages, and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. Okay. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality, in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected drop down. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay, now since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay, so if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now what you can do guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you're not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture like what the output is coming and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages. Okay, so ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components, pages, so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say Llama, Coffee Table, ComfyWet, which are easily available. And you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
Okay guys, let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in two ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt, that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and you would just write the topic, that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So I'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And You could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap, and in the upcoming slides I want all the roadmap skills or the roles to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could like modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11 and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, here's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here, and this is the developer option which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form, then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code, and there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here, then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT, or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation, and for the design thing you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we will ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we will modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, or in the following sections. And now we can provide him the section, that is problems faced by cloud expert, then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So we'll see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here, and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also, so we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also we have to make that replacement, so we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that would be empty only, and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides, we'll select all of them and make them as level 1, and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint. Not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint. Like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide, and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content. And in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this, and we'll save this on the desktop only and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to file, blank presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option slides from outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it. PowerPoint because it is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it, and wait for some time till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is Mastering Cloud Computing, a comprehensive guide unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide 1 and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on slides from outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned 2 methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
Today we are diving into an exciting topic, how to make money using ChatGPT, an AI-powered tool that can help you generate passive income. If you are eager to start earning effortlessly, keep watching. Are you looking for ways to generate passive income with minimal effort? Thanks to the advancement in artificial intelligence and chatbot, you can now earn money using these technologies. So in this video, we will explore some of the most effective methods to generate passive income with ChatGPT. ChatGPT, known as the world's smartest generative AI, is changing how people make money online. With this incredible free tool, you can start earning with the little skill and no initial investment required. So we are in an exciting new era of artificial intelligence, and now is the perfect time to get involved and seize this opportunity. People are using ChatGPT for YouTube, blogging, freelancing, and many other ways to make money. So now let's dive in and discover how you can leverage ChatGPT to generate various streams of passive income. So without any further ado, let's get started. So there are numerous ways to monetize ChatGPT's capability. So in this video, we will explore some few effective strategies, or you can say categories, by giving prompts. So this is my ChatGPT 4. I'm using the premium version, right? So the first category is get businesses idea from ChatGPT. So you can discover how ChatGPT can generate personalized business ideas by understanding your interests, talents, and challenges. So now let's ask ChatGPT for business ideas tailored to a computer science engineer with experience in digital marketing and sales. Okay, or not even computer science engineer, you can ask as a graphic designer or as a sales marketer, anything, right? So I'm giving here prompt. I am a graphic designer with a knack for digital marketing. Okay, so I will write what side hustle can I start to generate? Okay, I will give here $500 income per day with minimal investment, dedicating 6 to 8 hours, or you can write 9 to 10 hours or 1 to 2 hours, 6 to 8 hours daily. Okay, so now let's see what ChatGPT says. So here, given your skills in a graphic designer and digital marketing, here are some side hustle ideas that you can potentially generate $500 per day. See, first is freelance graphic designer. Second is print on demand. Third is social media management, sell digital product online, online coach consultation, affiliate marketing you can do, content creation for YouTube and social media you can do. So not, I'm not saying you can earn like in next day itself, but it will take time. But you can take ideas for your business, okay, as per your need, as per your skills. You can just write the prompt and ChatGPT will tell you the answer, or it will give you some ideas. Okay, so once you have some great ideas, so dive deeper with ChatGPT to develop a plan and consider important factors. Okay, you can ask to brief freelance graphic designer or print on demand, social media management, like this. Okay, so our second category is freelancing itself. Okay, so and you can enhance your freelancing career with ChatGPT. So this advanced AI tool ChatGPT help professionals earn extra income by producing high quality content that impresses clients. Like you can write blog or website content, you can translate languages, you can provide email writing services, you can craft compelling headlines and calls to action, you can create social media content, you can write captivating short stories, or you can conduct hashtag research. Okay, so let me give you a small prompt. Okay, so write me a blog on Great Wall of China in 1,000 words. Or you can write in mutual funds, you can write in stocks, whatever you want. Okay. So as you can see, the Great Wall of China, a marvel of ancient engineering. So this is your title. Okay. So the Great Wall of China, this is the historical overview, the architectural marvel, everything it will give you. Okay. So the third category is build software. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to develop software solution for common problems faced by the online businesses. Okay, create software tools using the codes provided by ChatGPT and sell them to make money. Okay, so first what you can do, you can create your portfolio, online portfolio website. Okay, so there you can mention services as a software developer. Okay, or you build software. Okay, so the first thing is identify common issues in your niche. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to list the most common problems in e-commerce business phase, such as inventory management, customer support, or cart abandonment. Okay, the second thing is use ChatGPT to generate code and develop software solution. Okay, let me give you an example. So here you can write generate a Python script for an inventory management, right, system for an, okay, spelling mistake, system for an e-commerce store. Okay, so it will generate you a Python script. Okay, see, it's very easy to earn money using ChatGPT. You have to just give a prompt, okay, with your perfect thought. What do you want? What your client wants, right? This is how you have to give the prompt. Okay, so this is Python code for the inventory management, right? See, its feature, its usage, everything is here. You have to just give your prompt. And the third thing is, in this build software category, and the third thing is market your software to the target audience. Like you can use ChatGPT to create a marketing strategy, including promotional content, social media posts, and email campaigns. Right. So here I will write one prompt for this. So write a marketing plan to promote an inventory management software for small e-commerce business or businesses, right? So here you can see market plan for promoting inventory management software for e-commerce business. Okay, see, market is the target audience, small e-commerce owners with annual revenue. This competitor analysis you can do. So this is your marketing plan, how you can market your product or your service. Okay, so I repeat. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT's capabilities, you can create valuable software tools and successfully market them to your target audience, and you can earn a hefty of money. Okay. So our next category is email marketing with ChatGPT. How you can do cold emailing, how you can do a perfect email to your client, so he or she can impress with your services or your mail. Okay, so you can boost your affiliate marketing efforts with ChatGPT email expertise. Okay, so the first step is choose an affiliate program that aligns with your niche. The second is build an email list of potential customer. Okay, the third thing is use ChatGPT to craft engaging email that drive conversion. Okay, so I will give you example. See, I am a digital marketer looking to promote a new project management software. So can you write a compelling email that will attract potential customers and persuade them to make a purchase? Okay. See, first subject, transform your project with a cutting edge project management software. So dear this, I hope this email found you well. I'm thrilled to announce key features of particular benefits, and don't just take our word for it. Here is what our satisfied clients. See, these are the testimonials you can write. Okay, and the fun fact is, if you don't like this email, you can ask for the next email. Okay, I want something different. It will give you again with a different concept. Okay, with a different thought, right? The next thing is you can leverage ChatGPT for blogging success, right? So already I have wrote one blog. Okay, again let's dive into it. So ChatGPT can elevate your blogging journey by assisting in content generation, editing, proofreading, and SEO optimization. The first thing is you can generate ideas from ChatGPT, outlines and draft. The second thing is enhance readability and reduce errors. The third thing is optimize for search engines with keyword suggested and SEO tips. The fourth thing is engage with your audience through personalized content. Okay, so let me give you example. Write a blog post on the US economy. Okay, and optimize it. See, understanding the current state of the US economy and in-depth analysis. You can write anything. Okay, this is just an example, right? So the next thing is affiliate marketing with ChatGPT. So what you can do, you can just select a medium to build your audience. Ask ChatGPT to help you decide whether to focus on articles, audio content like podcasts, or videos based on your strength and target audience. So let me give you an example. So you can write, what are the pros and cons of using articles, audio content and video for affiliate marketing. Okay, so which medium would be best for promoting tech products? You can ask this. See, so it will give you the pros and cons for the articles, okay, then audio content like podcast, then the video. So now you can, after reading this, now you can decide what do you want, what are your skills, right? And the second thing is you can use ChatGPT to craft engaging content that promotes your affiliate products. Let's suppose you chose video, so you can target video skills, okay? Or let's suppose you chose articles, so you can write a small prompt like create a compelling article outline for promoting an affiliate product like a fitness tracker or a bottle or a watch, anything. And the third thing is implement a consistent affiliate marketing strategies, like use ChatGPT to develop comprehensive marketing strategy that includes content schedules, promoting tactics, and tracking metrics. Like you can write, help me create a consistent, I will write here, help me create a consistent affiliate marketing strategy, including a content calendar and promotional tactics for social media. Okay, so it will give you marketing strategies. See, for the select product, content creation, build a website or blog, email writing, content creator. Week 1 you can do this, week 2 you can do, and you can ask for the like day wise also, no issues. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT capabilities, you can like effectively build your audience, create engaging promotional content, and implement a successful affiliate marketing strategy. Okay, so now let's suppose you have a YouTube channel. So what you can do, you can ask ChatGPT to generate video ideas and script, making content creation easier. Okay, you have to just write, I want to create a video on what is machine learning. So give me, so write a script for me in 1,000 words. Okay, so it will write into 1,000. See, you can see opening scene, background music starts softly, text on the screen, this. So it makes content creation easier, ChatGPT, right? So you can use AI powered platform like Pictory.ai, InVideo.io to convert your script into professional video. So even we have multiple GPTs here. Okay, see, for writing you can use these GPTs. Okay, I guess these GPTs are free only with the premium version. I don't know about the 3.5 which is free. Okay, so for the productivity you can use Canva. Okay, you can use the diagram thing, and you can generate the images. See, video GPT by Weed, it's very easy. Let me show you something. Okay, see, generate text to video maker. Let's try this. Okay, start a chat, create a video on what is machine learning. Target audience is college students, and I am aiming for the engagement. So you can just fill these details, so later on it will give you the script and the video itself. Okay, So this is how you can use ChatGPT to earn money. ChatGPT can help you express your ideas creatively, making your video, articles, anything relatable to it. Okay. So these prompts and strategies illustrate how versatile ChatGPT is in helping you to make money across various fields. Okay. And to earn money using ChatGPT is very simple. It will take time, but it is very simple. Okay. It is less time consuming. Right. So with this, we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or any doubt, please ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.